work that we will do today will help us in the area of self-care, because when we know we take care of ourselves, we are physiologically, mentally, and spiritually healthier. And this speaks to the idea of positive psychology and mindfulness, and how we really need to think about what we feel, what we express, and thoughts in our surrounding environment, and how to look at it from a different nurturing lens to intentionally cultivate awareness, draw attention to what's occurring in the present moment in our lives, to have an attitude that's non-judgmental, yet curious and kind. And it can be done throughout our day in what we think, our movements, and even what we put in our bodies, the food that we eat. Research has shown that throughout the course of our life, daily, we need to find ways to support our mental health, to avoid stress, anxiety, pain, depression, insomnia, and then the physical ailments sometimes we get from the stress in our life. So we want to make sure that you have this opportunity to spend with us today as we look at the people that we serve across the country. We are the only national American Indian Alaska Native center that serves over 500 tribes nationally, from Alaska, everywhere in between, down to Florida. We are part of the University of Iowa as a part of the National MHTTC network. Serving our Native people, we provide technical assistance to tribal communities and schools, as well as having several ongoing initiatives throughout the year. We are funded by SAMHSA, and it's really important that you understand that the content of this event is the creation of all of our presenters, our experts in the field, and the opinions expressed do not necessarily reflect the views or policies of SAMHSA, HHS, or the American Indian Alaska Native MHTTC. As a follow-up to today's event, we will have an email with several links and resources, the slide deck of everything that you'll be seeing today. And we'll also have a very important link for a GIPRA survey. And what we encourage you to do is to fill out the survey in its entirety, because it helps our funders know and understand the importance of the work that we do in the K-12 sector. It lets them know the experts that we have presenting to you, and it also shares with them who our audience is. The GIPRA survey is anonymous, but we do ask for some basic information, like what role do you serve in the community that you serve in. So please be mindful of that. You can fill as much of that survey out or as few questions of that survey out. If you have a concern about filling the survey out, please know it cannot be linked to you. It is kept confidential. But if you do have questions, please reach out to myself or the staff that serve alongside me. Although we are gathered virtually today, we want to take the time to acknowledge the land and pay respect to the Indigenous nations whose homelands were forcibly taken and inhabited. I'd like to invite you for a few moments just to read the acknowledgement that's on the screen. It was created by 3 of our coworkers, Ella Driscoll, Keely Driscoll, and Sean Bear, all of whom are from the Meskwaki settlement near the University of Iowa. In our office, we have several people who help make sure that our programs reach out to the people in need, people that we serve. We have our co-director, Teresa Brewington, myself, Dr. Allison Bays, and I serve as the program manager. And we have Bethany Walzak, who's our graduate research assistant, currently serving us this summer in the K-12 area. And there are many other people behind the scenes who help make this happen. So I want to say thank you to our communications team and my colleagues who've worked very hard behind the scenes to make sure that we have everything we need. And today we have several presenters who are going to share their expertise. But before we get into that, I'd like to invite somebody to offer prayer, a song, to begin our day together.
Is that my cue?
You're welcome to. Yes, Dr. Foster.
Okay. Well, I've asked my husband to come in because I'd like to start with a song to begin our day. Hi, Margaret. To start the day, and in our tradition, the male always starts the songs and leads the song, and then we support them.
Thank you so much for those beautiful words, the song of prayer. We thank you for bringing us together in this really good way. I want to be able to share what all of our presenters bring to the table. And rather than read everything to everybody, I'm going to post in the chat the link to the agenda so that you can understand where we're going to be going throughout the day and be able to be a part of hearing the expertise from our presenters as we begin, like I said, with Dr. Foster first thing this morning. And each will be sharing a little bit about who they are and where they come from as they begin their presentations. But in the chat, you should have a link that takes you to the agenda. And that agenda should look like what I'm going to put on the screen briefly for you to see. So I'm hoping that you get to see what here is on my screen. When you open that link, it should look similar to what you see here on the screen now, with a gray, green background. It gives you the morning agenda, which begins with what we just started with. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Rebecca Crawford Foster, a clinical psychologist, in just a few moments as she begins to share Native people reconnecting to culture through health and wellness. We'll have a brief break in between that and our next session. And I'll put a slide on the screen that shows that we're going to be on break. And you can do a little chair exercise with us if you want to stay on with us, or you can get up and take care of some business if you need to, get a drink, refresh yourself. Then we'll join back up at around 11:30. We'll have Heda Marin and Dr. Vanessa Quesada speaking to the idea of refreshing and attuning our energy for full presence, power, and resilience energy. And then I'm going to ask that you quickly, maybe even during your break, get your lunch, get your meal right in front of you, and continue to join us as we have a live food demo with Chef Rebel Mariposa, From the Earth to Our Plates, Ancestral Native American Cuisine. And she speaks to the idea of what are we putting in our bodies so that we can continue to be healthy, mentally, physically, spiritually. We'll continue on after lunch. I'll welcome people back to our session for some afternoon activity. And I say activity because we'll be getting up and doing some mindful movements with Indigenous Lotus, Victoria Marie, and then we'll end our day. So hopefully you are able to see this agenda. If you click on that link, you should be able to see it and follow through with us for the rest of today. I want to say thank you to everybody who's joining us. Again, Tilmanam, Buju, welcome, buenos dias, no matter where you come from, as far as way as the Pacific West Coast down to the Eastern Seaboard, we thank you for joining us from whatever community you're serving in. We know this is a good opportunity for you to take some time for self-care for ourselves, because that's important in order to be the best people serving others. The children and their families in the K-12 sector deserve us to be our best. So thank you for joining us. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Rebecca Crawford Foster.
Hi.
Dr. Foster, the
just
audio,
finished putting
the audio,
is not good.
thank you.
Oh, okay. It's been a challenging morning. We recently was given guardianship of our 2-year-old grandson, so I'm getting used to taking care of a 2-year-old on a daily basis. I haven't done that for many years, and he's fast. So we've had flooded bathrooms. We had it running down our lane naked. Well, he did have the dog with him, and doing all this stuff. So I had to get up this morning and get all of that stuff done, like a number of you others are probably familiar with, before I could even concentrate on doing this. Well, I'm Rebecca Crawford Foster. I'm Scott Picani. I'm Blackfeet in Dakota from northern Montana. I grew up on the Blackfeet Reservation. My grandfather was Dakota from Fort Peck. And so growing up, he was the closest one that was involved in my, I guess, philosophy and way of life. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. So I'd like all of you to sit back and kind of relax. And I'd like you to put yourselves in the mindset of who you are and how you grew up and where you come from, because that involves kind of what you do through the day, how you get from, Monday morning to Sunday, and how you make all the decisions through the day. And so let's start with something a little bit easy, I think. One of the things that had the opportunity to do was I had the opportunity to work in the school system a lot and work with Native kids in the school system. So my specialty was children and adolescents. And between my husband and I, we have 14 kids. And so teenagers are the most challenging, I have to tell you. And so, but I just enjoyed working with kids. And I had the opportunity to work at St. Francis Indian School when I was in Rosebud. Rosebud, South Dakota. We were there for almost 13 years working in the community. And I adored everyone I worked with, but I really enjoyed kids and the teenagers. And so I want to kind of focus the presentation today from that standpoint, and also from the point of how you were raised. So I want everybody to kind of sit back and think about where they came from, and who your people are, who your tribe is, who your community is, and focus on that, okay? Because that makes up who we are and how we function on a day-to-day level, and how we make decisions and how we take care of ourselves. So this is what I'd like to have you think about as we're going through this next hour or so. And I did all the wrong things going through choosing my profession I did all the wrong things. Okay. So this might be familiar to some of you, but I had, and Margaret knows this. She knows all of our family really well, so they call her Auntie Margaret, and her dear husband too. Um, when I was going through school, when I was growing up, one of the things that I was taught, and my grandparents on both sides of my family focused on, was the concept of we. It was we. It was never I. It was we. And I find that foundation for many, many Native people. And it's the concept of we, which makes self-care a little bit kind of falls in the background because that focuses on I. So when I was growing up, when I was talking to my grandfather, his mother was part of Sitting Bull's band that went up into Canada. And on my father's side, on the Blackfeet side, his family were survivors of the Bear Creek Massacre. And so I want you to think of your family, and I want you to think of your history as we're going through this, because that's really, really important. It's a foundation. So as I was going through school, I ended up being at home, going home with these two little girls after I graduated with my bachelor's in psychology, which you can't do anything with. Nice degree, but can't do anything with it. And so I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. And so I applied, and that's why I'm saying. But I was flipping through, and I thought, I got to. And so I applied for a counseling program, and I applied for law school, took the LSAT, applied for law school. I was put on the alternate list for law school, and I got into a counseling program and found out I really, really enjoyed it. Because I'm basically just nosy, and I want to know what people are doing and how we function as human beings, but I'm primarily. One of the things that I discovered that I had to learn in graduate school was to talk, which I learned well, but also to focus on who I was, how I felt, and how I functioned. And that wasn't something that came very easily to me, because that was just totally went against what I had learned growing up on the reservation with my family. Okay. My grandfather always, and the rest of my family would always tell me, whatever you do for the good of your family, you do for the good of your tribe, you do for the good of survival of all of those that are around you and not yourself. And so when I was in graduate school, they sat me down and said, you have to talk. You have to, tell us how you're thinking, what you're feeling. And that was really, really hard for me, because I had to learn to focus on who I was and what I felt and how I functioned. And that was something that was difficult for me, but I learned to do it. I still struggle with it. But we also have to focus on, as we go through the day, when you get up on Monday morning, for those of you that are working in the schools, or those that you that are therapists, or whatever you do, we learn to say, okay, what do I have to do today? But what do I have to do for the week? And that immediate thought isn't what is good for me, and how am I thinking, and how am I feeling? So that's something that I had to learn. And I want you to think about what your expectations of yourself are, and how you identify those, and how you go about fulfilling those through the day. Okay, because that's really important. When I wake up in the morning now with a 2-year-old, I just pray that he sleeps. But anyway, I wake up and I go, okay, how am I feeling today? The reason I say that, I haven't been sleeping at is I have now have really bad arthritis. So I wake up in the morning, when I used to didn't think about how I felt physically, now I do. So I wake up and I think, is getting out of bed can be extremely painful. And then I think, okay, this isn't too bad. I'm feeling pretty good. I can get up and I can walk and stuff today, so I'm feeling pretty good. And then there are days when I wake up and I feel like I have a hangover. I don't drink. but I feel like I have a hangover. And that's primarily due to, I also have diabetes from a condition I had a few years ago. And I know that's what it is. And so I think, okay, I got to get up. I got to get moving. I know within the next half hour, I'm going to feel 100 times better just the fact that I got moving. Okay. And so I have to think of I, which is different than what I used to think of. And the reason I do that is I also think of, okay, if I don't get moving, if I don't get up and keep functioning, then those around me aren't going to get cared for. So I still have that sense of we, and that pushes me. But today we're going to talk about why we do the things we do and why we make the choices that we choose. And so the reason I want you to think about history is because each one of you have uh, a unique history, tribal history, whatever it is, that makes you who you are and also pushes you to do whatever you do. And so that concept of we comes into play again. But in this instance, I want you to think of because when I was in graduate school at Utah State, which I know Margaret from very well, um, it was really, really difficult to focus on what I wanted and what was good for me. And I have to tell you that I wanted to quit every semester. I did. But what kept me going is I would call home and I would talk to my grandfather and I would say, geez, I don't think I can do this anymore. And he'd say, okay, well, just give me till the end of the week and I'll come down and get you. I'll get the wheat truck and we'll come down, load your stuff up and bring you home. Because I always had a home. I always had a place to go and I knew that. Um, and then and then he would say, okay, what is it you're needing? And I said, well, we're out of food. I have the two little girls. I don't know what to do, blah, blah. And so he said, oh, well, that's solvable and stuff. And so by the end of the week, I would say, he would call me and I go, no, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. Behind that thought was, if I don't complete this, I will be letting my family down. I'll be letting my tribe down because they didn't actually say anything to me. That was something um, that was that was really deep inside me. I needed to do this in order to give back, in order to help. So there was always a bigger plan that was in place for me that kept me going, that I kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And I also think back about history because that grandfather that I was talking about, he was a boarding school survivor. And I now know in the news now that is a huge thing because they're discovering now on the United States side more and more of our little ones that were taken and that never came home. And for me, that I think about that a lot. I just think about that a lot. So 7 of our children our younger children are relatives that that we were came to us from birth that we've raised. And one of the reasons that I thought about that we did that was because I just couldn't imagine another child, losing a child to go out to somewhere and never being with family. I just couldn't imagine that. And so there comes the we again. And I too, because it was important for me. That was something that deep down I sat and talked with Dan about. And he said, we're getting old. We can't keep doing this. We're getting old. And I said, well, we can do this. We can try and give a child a home and keep our family home, bring our family home. And so that was really important to me. So as I go through the day and as I make my decisions on what I'm going to do and how I'm going to get from morning to evening, there's always a we that for me that comes first that I usually have kind of fight against. And I think every one of us has fought that struggle. And for those of you that are working in the community, and especially in schools, when you get up every morning, your thoughts go immediately to what you have to do and who you have to service and who you have to think about. That immediately pops into your mind. Um, and we enjoy that. That makes it part of who we are. But by Friday, by Friday or even before then, your well is empty. You can feel yourself kind of dragging through the day and thinking, oh, geez, I hope I just make it till Friday. You know? And so what we want to do is we want to talk about how you keep that well full, or at least 3/4 full throughout the day, so that you can feel good about who you are and about what you're doing. Okay. Because whatever you're doing, if you're working in the schools or you're working as a therapist or whatever you're doing, it's feeding you anyway. You know, you love what you do, or I would hope that you do. Um, and I've had many people tell me, between Dan and I, we added it up, we have 70 years of experience as therapists. And my kids used to say, Mom, were dinosaurs alive when you were when you started working? And I said, yeah, I think they were. I think I saw them walking by my window. You know, and there are days I feel like that too. Um, but as soon as I start connecting with whoever I'm talking to, I it feeds my spirit. I feel good about it. And one of the reasons I feel good about it is because I'm Native, and the people that I'm working with are tribal people. And I'm able to provide them, I feel like, services in a way that other people can't, because I have a basic understanding of where they're coming from. And that's extremely important for me, because they'll say, you seem to understand what I'm going through. And I thought, yeah, well, every reservation, I will tell people, every reservation is different and the same. So for those of you, and I'm sure it's the same way with the villages too in Alaska. So everybody that is familiar with working with Native people, you know the basic rules when you go to the res. You know, you can kind of figure out how things go, because if it worked on your res, they have the basic idea, and then you just tweak it from there on. So you kind of know where it is, and so you feel at home. Trying to explain that to other people is really, really different. And sometimes it's almost impossible to do that. When we were at Rosebud, we were tasked with helping the new providers that were coming in that were non-native acclimate to working on the reservation. And it was a job, and a lot of times they weren't able to do that. Okay. So right now, as we come out of, as we're still in COVID, um, it's been a difficult time for all of us, and being isolated and at home, being in your homes, losing people. It's extremely, extremely stressful. Um, Dan and I, both for the Fort Belknap tribe, and I provide mental health services. And over since COVID started and stuff, we found lost people that we know, people that we related to, 41 people. And one of the most difficult things that has happened is not being able to go home for funerals, not being able to meet with family, not being able to do what you would usually do in these difficult times. And we also talked with different people about how, with being isolated and having to function, even with COVID, one of the things that was important is it kind of touched on each of our own histories, each of our own tribal histories. And so this was kind of another example of, you know, uh, having smallpox, having, people dying in mass in our tribe. And so we keep reliving trauma, even though we don't. It's a trauma that, and both of them were something that we couldn't prevent. And so I continue to draw on my family history daily and on my tradition culture daily to get through the day and to help me problem solve. And a lot of times what happens is if you I encourage you to do that, not to be depressed about it, but encourage to draw on the strength and resiliency of those that have gone before, because they survived. And the reason they did, and because they did, we're all here. And we continue to grow, and we continue to pass on what we need to those that are younger. And so as I was growing up, one of the things that I would talk with my My grandfather, I would talk with my parents, but my grandma and grandpa, they were both 40s, and we would talk. My grandfather would primarily talk to me about history. And one of the things that happened is that as I grew older, I would find out more and more about our history that my parents never talked about. And as I would sit down and talk with them about it, I said, "Why didn't you ever tell us? You know, why don't we know these things?" And they said, "Because it was difficult. It was too difficult to address." And so we have a way of taking things that are extremely difficult and either not talking about them, you know, um, or trying not to think about them because it's our days are filled with things that we have to do just to get through the day and to survive, and to keep going and take care of our community and take care of our families. And all of that is it's extremely stressful. If we have a stress meter of 10, a number of you I know go home with your stress meter at about 50 or 60, because of just the things that you hear and that you have to do, especially in the school system. Um, and so we're going to keep all of these events and keep all of your history, keep your family, keep all of those things. I'd like you to call it forward, not to traumatize anybody, but to call it forward. It'll give you a good idea about how you think, how you feel, and how you survive things. And here's my son. Hey, can you take your car and go in the other room? And stuff. So I want to practice. I want to talk about 5 things, and they're gonna seem really simple, about how to care for yourselves. Okay. And so keep all of those things of events in mind and all that history in mind. And then I want to talk about how we're going to talk about self-care. It has a really cool title and of the presentation, but I boiled it down to self-care because it's shorter. And so one of the first things is physical.
Excuse me, Dr. Foster. Excuse me,
Yes.
Dr. Foster. If you can just increase the volume or make some adjustments. A few folks are saying it's been a little hard to hear.
Okay, I don't know how to do that. Maybe if I'm just closer. Is that better?
When you turn to your right, it sounds a lot better.
Okay. All right. I'll
Thank
just
you.
turn to my right. That's my good side anyway. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you.
Humor is one of the things that we use a lot because you either laugh or cry. I prefer laughing.
That's right.
And so, okay, so let's talk about. Did you ever notice that working with Native people, the most horrible things can be going on, and we always try and find some way to laugh, you know. And our humor is paramount to survival, I think, you know, stuff. So anyway, and I laugh a lot. So we talk about our physical well-being, and I use the example of getting out of bed every morning, and sometimes it being a struggle for me. And I used to think, geez, why are people like that? You know, I mean, you should just be able to jump up. And so I lay in bed and I think, okay, how's it going to go today? Am I going to be able to get out of bed without moaning and groaning, which I never thought I would be that person doing that? Or what am I going to do? You know, and I'm going to feel hungover today. And that's from the insulin. And so I lay there and I think today is going to be a good day. Today is going to be a good day because I'm alive. And I know that sounds very basic, but sometimes you have to go just to the basic thing. I woke up, you know, and I'm alive. And then you get up and you get going. But I ask you to really pay attention to what your body is telling you, which I never used to do before. What your body is telling you. And in the first thing when you wake up in the morning, you know, be thankful you woke up, but 2, take an inventory about how you're feeling. Do you feel rested? Do you feel exhausted? You know, does your body hurt? how are you feeling? Stuff, because then that will tell you what you need to do and how you need to get through the day. Okay. And one of the basic things, and it sounds so easy, is to exercise. Okay. And I don't do it. But I have a 17-year-old son that's always haranguing me about it. And I go, I'll do it, I'll do it. And stuff. And then, so my form of exercise now is to walk my grandson down the lane to the mail, which is about a quarter of a mile and stuff, and come back. And I just think I've felt like I've climbed Mount Everest, and I feel so proud of myself. A walk, how sad is that? But I also feel really good. Okay, I feel really good when I do that. And when I'm walking, if I get a chance, we live in a beautiful part of Montana. I get a chance, and we go out on a hiking trail that's just not too far from here and hike. It just renews your spirit. You just get out and have fresh air and just not unplug from electronics and not have to worry about anything, but to just walk. It feeds your spirit. My son said something, my 17-year-old, something interesting to me the other day, like he had just discovered the meaning of life. He said, Mom, you need to feel the earth. And I looked at him, and we call him Captain. Margaret knows. We call him Captain. And I said, yeah. And he said, we need to feel the earth. So I'm going to go earthing. And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, I'm taking my socks and shoes off, and I'm going to go stand outside, and I'm going to walk across the lawn, and I'm going to feel the earth. And he said, because that's going to feed my body, it's going to feed my spirit. And I looked at him, and as I was pouring myself another coffee, and I said, Captain, that's why when we are at ceremony and when we sundance, I said, we're barefoot, because whenever our feet are touching Mother Earth, I said, we can feel that. We can feel the vibration. We can feel the softness, especially in the morning, as soon as we come out for that first round in the morning. The dew is on the grass, and the grass is soft and it's cool. And what a wonderful way to feed your spirit. And then we dance all day, and we're using our body. Our bodies are so incredible, and we can do things that are just amazing. Geez, I'm going to run out of time. So I ask you to do something that you enjoy, whether it's walking. For you guys that are young, you can run. My son goes to the gym, and to just get outside. And that means for those in the school or wherever you're at, if you're in a building, it can be as easy as taking the long way around someplace. When I was in the hospital, I used to get to medical records, which is down the hall. I used to take another hallway, and I'd walk all the way down through the emergency room and wander around and get on the elevator, go downstairs, come back up, and go over to medical records. Just something to keep you going and keeping you moving. The other thing is mental. Okay. And one of the things that we focus on wherever you're at is a lot of negative things that come our way. Okay. But what I ask you to do is in the morning when you wake up, and as you're taking inventory about how you're feeling, I would also ask you to be kind to yourself. Would like you to focus on uh, self acceptance, being compassionate, and being kind to yourself. Okay. Sometimes what we do is we rely on other people to provide that for us or to give us feedback. And I ask you to do that for yourself. And you'll find that unless you do it every day, it becomes difficult. You forget about it. But I ask you to do that every morning because it puts you in a positive frame of mind when you do get up and you get moving, because you feel good. You feel good about being here. You feel good about what you have to offer to the world and those you come in contact with. and you feel good about just being alone and having that person of who you are, who is of great value, um, with you. I always tell my patients, you know, you made it, and you know you're doing well when the you're happy just being alone. You're happy just focusing on you and just being alone. Okay. Um, so I asked you to do that. And one of the things that happens is that your schedules through the day get so busy and so focused on other things that you forget to take a few minutes just to say, you know, I'm doing really well today. You know, if I don't get the 10 things done on my list, I got 2 of them, and that was more than what I started with in the day. You know, so be positive and be positive about what you're doing. I mean, I find it, I some days I just think it's a wonderful thing that I got up, got showered, got dressed, and got a coffee. I mean, my standards are low, and sometimes if I can do that, I've been successful. Okay. And one of the things that you can do that's really important is read. If you love to read, I love to read. Watching movies, for those of you that binge watch, which is something my son and I started doing during COVID, is he would pick something out and we would binge watch. Some of his choices were a little bit iffy for me, but I watched them with him because it was our time to be alone, and we had really, he told me about what he wanted to do with his life and how he was, his view of people, which he worked at Walmart for a while, and he said, Mom, people are basically stupid. And I said, you don't say that, do you? And he said, no, but I think it was like, oh God, Captain, please don't say it. And he's like, yeah. He goes, it gives me a different view of what people are like. Being 17, you know, he knows everything right now. I love him dearly. So reading, watching music, watching movies, listening to music. I love listening to music. Listening to audiobooks. I call it my murder porn when I'm driving, because I listen to murder mysteries and stuff when I'm driving. And it helps me relax, and I feel good about trying to guess who the killer is. Anything that feeds your mind, whether it's video games, whatever it is, anything that feeds your mind is incredibly important. And sometimes people say, well, it's just a waste of time. And it's not a waste of time. It'll feed your spirit in a way that other things can. Okay? Um, Now I want to focus on spirituality, because for me that's incredibly important. And I don't mean religion. I mean spirituality. I mean that deep sense of connection to a higher power, or to the universe, or to your way of thinking, or whatever it is that guides your life. And I want to identify that for yourselves. One of the things that I saw happening when I was working in the schools was the number of the teenagers that would come in and see me that were having uh, that were depressed, that were suicidal, that were really, really struggling. We would talk, of course, about struggling, but we would also talk, I would ask them about spirituality. And there was an assumption, because I worked on the reservation, that that access to traditional ceremony was available to everyone. And a number of these kids, I knew their parents, and their parents were involved in ceremony. And I would ask them about that. They said, yes, but we're not. They don't bring us, you know, or I don't know anything about it. And that, so that connection was missing. And so I don't care. I would tell people, I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's, um, you know, a traditional way of practice ceremony. I don't care if it's Christianity. I don't care if it's Baha'i. I do care about Satanism, but anyway, anything else. But I said, have a deeper connection, because when things get really, really difficult, you have something to hang on to. Okay. I have an older daughter. One of our older daughters has a doctorate in molecular biology and reservation kid. She lives in Stockholm, Sweden. She does research, and so I have a granddaughter, and in Sweden. That's the Kante Washtay. We used to have a redheaded granddaughter in Sweden. But anyway, Takshizi was uh, grew up in traditional way, but she was had that girl at her Sundance 1 year, and she's a diabetic. So she wasn't able to dance after that year, but she remembers that year, and it was really, really difficult. It was a difficult ceremony for her, but she did it. And she was said, she called me, we were talking. She said, "Oh, I miss home so much, Mom. I miss home so much. I miss listening to people on the reservation talking. I miss their how they sound when they talk. I miss the smell of sage and sweet grass. I miss the foot log." And she said, and I was on the bus and I was driving home. And she said, and I just felt like crying because I was so lonely. She said, and I closed my eyes, and she said, and I thought about when I was dancing, and I could see all the dancers, and I could see the tree, and I could smell what it was like to be there. And she said it, and all of a sudden she said, I was at peace. And I opened my eyes, and she said, and for a second I was surprised to see I was still on the bus. But she said, my spirit was fine. And I know I could go to that place whenever I needed to have support. And so I asked each one of you to look at identifying that place for yourselves. It's incredibly important because you'll see in times of stress, in times of difficulty, in times where we don't feel like we can keep going, you'll hear people praying. And I ask that you pray for yourself every day. You pray to go to that place wherever you feel that sense of strength and comfort, that you go there every day. Okay. Because that feeds your spirit, and that's incredibly important. You're never alone. In our way, you're never alone. You know, you always have those that have gone before you standing with you, and all you have to do is pray and ask them to be with you, and ask them to give you strength, and ask them to give you peace, and they will be with you. I don't want to preach on that, but that to me that was like the strongest thing. Emotions. Native people, we're good at expressing anger. We're good at expressing anger. Not so good at expressing some of the other things. Sadness, you know, the negative emotions. We need both negative and positive balance. But working with all the people that I do, especially I worked in the meth program for a number of years, and I worked with people at the jails, and I currently work with people at Fort Belknap. But they taught me so much. They taught me so much about emotions and about primarily negative emotions, which is sadness, anxiety, anger. Those are the things that are the emotions that are the easiest. And I'll tell you, because in some respects, the most socially acceptable. If you watch TV, you'll see it. You'll see anger, you'll see violence, you'll see sadness, you'll see all of those, people expressing how they can't go on anymore. All of those things you see on TV, those come first. And so I ask people, I say, when you're feeling that, flip it around. Flip it around. Why are you angry? It's okay to feel anger. It's not okay to act out on it, but it's okay. You have to be able to identify all those things. And for young people that I work with, one of the most difficult things for them is to put words to how they're feeling. And that was one of the most difficult things for me to learn as I was in the counseling program. I learned a lot in the counseling program. And I went on to get my PhD at Utah State, but I learned a lot. And one was to identify the feelings, just basically identify them, and how they impact you. So when you're going through the day and you're feeling angry, what I tell people is think about what's underneath the anger. What's underneath the anger? Is it sadness? Is it frustration? Is it anxiety? What is it? Disappointment? Fear? What is underneath that? And so I have the people I work with, even 10-year-olds, they're going, oh no, we're going to do feelings again. I said, yeah, we're going to do feelings. I want to be able to identify what feelings are. I have a 10-year-old that I work with. She's like, oh, not again. I can't get it. I just don't get it. And I said, you will get it. We'll keep working on it until you do get it and stuff. And so what I ask people to do is, as you're walking, say, why, what am I feeling? What am I feeling? And and think about what happened right before that, the day before, but try and identify what you're feeling. And it's okay. You can go ahead and work through it, and it's okay. And also both the positive and the negative, okay? They balance each other out. I also tell them to journal, and you guys all know that, the journal, and I tell them to journal in a different way than so I tell them to write down, today was just a really sucky day, and this is what happened. And you just fill up the day. Don't worry about spelling. Don't worry about punctuation. Don't worry about anything. When you're done, you're done. Turn the page. Don't ever go back and look at what you wrote the day before. You're done with it. Okay. And I have them do that because I think at the end of the day, it's a good thing for all of us to do. How was today? How was I feeling? What is it that I do differently tomorrow? And identify that for yourself and what's underneath it. That becomes incredibly important for us just to do those basic things, which as I know when I grew up, we didn't do. We didn't do. I had our older daughters. We were talking a while ago, and they were home for Christmas. I was I was the happiest person you'd ever met. We had 24 people here for Christmas, and it was just all of our kids and our grandkids. And I was in mother heaven and stuff. And I slept like a log. My husband goes, that's the hardest I've seen you sleep in months. And I said, yeah, because all of my kids were home. I didn't have to worry about anybody. I knew where they all were and everything. I said, I was so happy. But what I would do is we did talk about emotions. I tell a story about my dad, whose mother went to Carlisle Indian School, and she was. I realized later she was so traumatized. She didn't talk a lot. She was pretty mean. Didn't talk a lot. And I was talking to my dad, and I know in graduate school where they teach you that, be free with your emotions, identify them, be able to hug somebody, be able to tell somebody you love them. Have you ever tried to tell a 50-year-old Native man that you love them and you give them a hug? Oh my God, as far as I know, I was talking to him and he looked at me, he said, what are they doing to you there? One, he said, you won't stop talking. And he said, two, what is it with this I love you? And what is it with this hugging stuff? Because I would give him a hug. So, well, I love you, Dad. I'll see you, when I get a break. And then I give him a hug. It's like hugging a board. Because he would just stiffen because that wasn't how he was raised, and that wasn't something that he was even familiar with. But about 5 years later, he was talking to me and would say, I love you, and actually give me a hug. It was really important. But emotions, feelings, and stuff are something that is really important for you to identify and for you to be able to do. I would tell my grandfather, I would tell him, I said, well, Grandpa, I love you, I have to go. And he said, what does that mean? Those words, what does that mean? And I said, well, it just means that, you're very important to me, that, you're that I love that I want to be with you, that, I just treasure who you are, and trying to find words for it. He said, in our language, he said, we say, when you're not here, my heart cries for you. And when he said that, I started crying because I was like, oh my God, that just captures completely. My heart cries for you when you're not here. You're so important to me. So, and because I'm running out of time. The last one is social. Okay. And I tell people it's important to have at least one good friend. One good friend. People say, well, I have to have it. No, you can. If you have one good friend, you're lucky. And if that's your partner, then you're fortunate, to have that person that you can tell anything to, that's not judgmental, that will sit and listen to you, that cares for you and how you're thinking and what you're feeling. Um, and, and, you know, I'm lucky. I have two. I have my sister-in-law, and stuff that you can tell anything to. If you have that person, they're able to touch your spirit in a way that others can't. And you end up leaving a conversation with them and you feel like you've been somewhat renewed. And that's important too. You have to have social interactions, and it can be with people at work. It can be your family. Just getting together with family renews your spirit. It can be getting together with a group of friends, but something, so that you don't feel isolated. In this time of COVID, and other things, you know, we've had pare down those things. And so for us, it's been our immediate family, which in our house, we're hardly ever alone. But someone about the age of 2 in my life would be nice to do. So when you're able to put all of these things together, okay, remembering where you came from, remembering who you are, and remembering how you got to where you're at is incredibly important. Whenever I do something, I always reference those that have gone before me, my grandparents, my parents, you know, those events in my history that are incredibly important. We had a chance to go to what is it? Battle of the little big Custer's, you know, Custer State Park, whatever they call it. And we were walking. We all piled out. We always look like the hillbillies. For you that are old enough to remember that. Because we opened the door and we all fall out. So many of us. But we were walking and we had our twins were little. They're 14 now. They were little. They were about 2 years old. And we were walking and it was this line walking down battle site and stuff. And I was telling Dan, I said, can you imagine what it would have been like? I said, being a parent and having to run with your children, to having to scoop your children up and running. And I said, and if you had more than one child and you can't carry them, who do you decide to trust? You know? And so remembering those things that are incredibly difficult also helps us appreciate who we are and what life has given us. So you can increase your happiness and your contentment just by saying, I'm so thankful to be here. I'm so thankful to offer who I am and where I come from, and to those that I work with and those that I'm around. All you went one short story, and then I have stories, but one of the things when I was looking at St. Francis, they would bring everybody into me, you know, because you can solve everything, you know, therapists can solve everything, not even. But anyway, they would. And so they brought him in. He sat down. This kid sat down and he said, he looked in my office. I had all of copies of my diplomas and licenses and stuff stacked to the wall. And he was looking at him and he said, are those all yours? Are those yours? And I said, yeah. And he said, we looked at him and I said, do you know why I do that? And he said, why? I said, well, that one I have to have up there by law. But I said, I do that because I want everybody, all the kids that come in to see me, I want them to see that. And I want them to look at my little brown face. I said, I wear glasses. I said, I'm kind of chubby. I said, I could be your aunt or grandma walking down the street. I said, I want you to look at that and look at me. Because if I can do that, you can do it. I come from the same kind of background that you come from, and I understand, and you can do that. So that was positive. So he was talking, and I said, hey, I said, they brought you into me because, and he gave me permission to share the story. They brought you into me because they said you were going to kill yourself. You're thinking about killing yourself. And he said, yeah, I am. And I said, well, what happened? And he said, I broke up with my girlfriend. And I said, yeah, those women. I said, what happened? And he said, well, I said, where is she? And so he said, oh, I met her this summer. And this was like in what? Met her this summer at a Sundance in North Dakota. So we went through the, well, who's Sundance? And, we went through all of that stuff. And he said, I said, well, how do you talk to her? And on Rosebud, for the longest time, they had these phones that AT&T gave out for a while. They were called commod phones, so that if you were, didn't have a phone because it's so isolated, they gave out this phone and stuff. He said, well, we've been talking on commod phones. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, well, what does she look like? Do you have a picture of her? What does she look like? He goes, no, I don't have a picture of her. And I said, do you remember what she looks like? He said, kinda. I kind of remember what she looks like. And I said, okay. And he said, but I haven't been able to talk to her. He said, for a while, but anyway, we broke up. And I said, okay, so let me get this straight. You met this girl this summer. You kind of remember what she looks like. You haven't talked to her for a long time, but you're going to kill yourself. And he sat there and looked at me and he goes, well, when you say it that way, it just sounds stupid. And we both started laughing. I said, they don't teach you that in graduate school. And I said, well, it's not stupid. I said, let's do it this way. You get a girlfriend here. I said, I'm going to be here every week. I'm here. I said, every week. I'm here all week. Sounds like a comedy act, but I'm here all week. And I said, so you get a girlfriend here and then you come in and talk to me. I said, because this is the time in your life when you're learning what relationships are. And I said, so then if you guys get upset or you get in a fight or something like that, I said, you can come in, we'll talk it out. So you don't have to think about killing yourself. And he said, okay, that sounds good. And I said, okay, is that good? He said, yeah. And so then I moved over to IHS, started working with IHS, but he came in and he saw me on a weekly basis for 5 years. And sometimes he would even start walking and catch a ride in to see me. And we had and he ended up doing well. He got married, had a healthy relationship, didn't kill himself, and stuff. And so, but we did a lot of the things that we just talked about today with him. What do you think about yourself? How are you going to make this a good day? What are you going to do? What do you value about yourself? And so we would talk about that. We would talk about, how he feels happy, identifying emotions, how he feels happy, and how he is valued and how he is worthwhile. So I know our time is about up, but I want to leave you with that. So those that have gone before you made sacrifices and went through things that we can't even imagine. We can't. My great grandmother was a survivor of the Bear Creek Massacre. She was 9 years old. And she survived because she felt when they tipped over the lodge and the army came in and massacred this band, the lodge fell over and she laid underneath the lodge and it burned completely. So she survived. When she got older and married, I said her daughter, my grandmother, they came and took her, which there's a term in Washington State, they use the scoop, and I like that term. When they would come and they would scoop up the children in September and October and take the children off boarding school. And so they took her from Montana to Carlisle. She came back when she was left at 8, came back when she was 18. I can't imagine what she went through. So those of you that each one of your histories have things that brought you to where you are today, get a shirt on. Get a shirt on. Sorry, I have a 14-year-old girl who thinks walking out half naked is okay. Anyway, so those of you that have gone before, and those of you, think back over your family, think back over your traditions, and think about how those make you into the positive and wonderful people you are now. And for those that have chosen to work with children, I applaud you. I applaud you, because a number of my colleagues that I worked with did not feel comfortable working with kids. They just didn't. And I did. I found them a joy, mainly because I'm ADHD, and we had shorter sessions and stuff, and I had lots of games and toys in my office just to keep myself occupied, and stuff. But I thoroughly enjoyed them. So in the morning, wake up and think about who you are, how you want to get through the day in a good way. If you have 10 things on your list and you accomplished one of them, you're successful. Okay. All right. And I think my time is up.
I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Foster Wapita. It's really important that we acknowledge your words of wisdom. I know we had some audio issues throughout, but the closed captioning was enabled, so people should have been able to read everything that was being said down at the bottom of the
Oh,
screen.
sorry.
So no, it just, sometimes technology works really great, and sometimes it gives us a little kick. So we need to figure it out. But thank you, everybody who put up the helpful hints in the chat box. I appreciate all of the helpful hints and tips to help us make sure that we got the information, the ways that remind us of being grounded in who we are, who we belong to, and where we're going in life. I like your suggestions for how to take care of ourselves. Sometimes it is just sitting around and binge watching all weekend, as you shared with your son. And sometimes it's just taking time for ourselves first thing in the morning, giving thanks to the Creator. Everybody has a different way. We hope you can take one or two of these new ways that you heard today from Dr. Foster and include them in your daily life so that you can move forward in a very healthy way, so that you can continue to serve our children, our American Indian, Alaska Native children need us. Not only do we applaud you for doing the work, but we recognize you for still being with our children. Working with children can be tough, teenagers especially sometimes. And so the work that we do, we recognize it, we thank you for it, and we continue to support you in your journey serving in the K-12 area as an educator, as a mental health professional, or otherwise. So at this time, we are going to take a few minutes of a break, but I do want to invite Dr. Foster, if you have any resources that you want to share with me after today or after you're off the session today, I'm going to be including anything she shares with me, anything our presenters share with me in the slide deck and in resources they'll be posting to you so that you'll have that information. So keep that in mind. After today's event, everybody will have a chance to get some resources to support the work, the important work that you all do in the area of mental health and working with our children. I'm going to invite anybody might have questions or comments or a story of their own to share with Dr. Foster.
I have one really short story that I want to tell you that will impact those people that are counselors that are working with teenagers for about a year and a half.
If we can hear.
Can you hear?
It's in and out. If you turn to the right, I know you sound better. Or maybe it's the other direction.
Maybe the other direction. Okay.
Yes, that way.
The other right. The other right. I'm left-handed, so it's the other right. So Dan and I we were at Rosebud for about a year and a half. We were about the only providers there. So we were doing on call. He was on 1 week and then I was on. He was on. I was on. Stuff. We were just exhausted. So I got called in, and my husband. Those of you that know my husband, he's truly a kind person. They would call him at 3 a.m. and he would answer the phone. Hello, this is Dr. Foster. How can I help you? That's Dan. They would call me at 3 a.m. I go, what? What? Are they bleeding? Are they have drugs? What? You know, so by the time I got up to the hospital, I was nice again. And I would walk in and go, hi. I said, I'm Dr. Foster. What can I do to help you? So there was a young person there who had just sliced their arms up, and would not contract with me to not hurt themselves further. And so I said, you know, I have to send you out. And I'm going to do a court order. I'm going to send you out. We're going to do a court order to send you out. And they looked at me and they said, you know what? You are such a bitch. And I stopped and I turned around and I said, that's Dr. Bitch to you. I worked long and hard for that. That's Dr. Bitch to you. And I hear this laugh. A couple of days over, Dan had come in, was seeing another patient. And I thought, oh my God, I know that laugh. And so when we were getting ready to send her out, I told her, I said, you know, I said, at this point in time, I care more about your life than you do. And it's my responsibility to make sure that you're alive. So if you're alive, you will stay alive. And I said, and if you continue to hate me, that's fine. That's fine. But you'll be alive to hate me. I said, I will be here. So when you come back, I will be here. And I said, I'm more than happy to work with you. I look forward to that. If you don't want to work with me, that's fine. There's other providers and stuff. But I said, I will be happy to work with you. And so she did, and she came back, and I worked with her for another couple of years, and she turned out fine. And I felt really good about that in that moment. I mean, it was 3 a.m. I was exhausted and stuff, but I felt good about it because I cared for her. And I knew the value of who she was, and I could see into the future and what her potential was when she couldn't. So I invite you all to look at to look into the future every day when you wake up and look at it as being positive and where you want to go and how you want to get there. Okay, Takiyasin.
Again, thank you, Dr. Foster, for those words of wisdom, and stories are important to our community and our culture. And so we thank you for sharing that. Any comments or questions before we take our 10-minute break? Again, I see a lot of wonderful participation across the country from different folks. So we thank you for joining us on the multiple time zones that we're all trying to accommodate and reach out and share this important information for self-care as we, in turn, care for the K-12 communities. Thank you, Dr. Foster. At this time, I want to invite Victoria Marie to join us, get us stretching a little bit. I see that she's on the screen. So when you're ready, Victoria.
Hamitakapi. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining. And thank you, Dr. Foster, for sharing your knowledge as well. Let's go ahead and get started with some movement and just get moving. Right? We're going to be sitting here looking at this computer screen, and let's go ahead and start getting things flowing. You may or may not be able to hear the music, but I do have it playing, and towards the end, you will all have access to the playlist at the end of today. So let's go ahead and sitting up tall. Inhale, arms reach up, stretch, reach, reach, reach. Exhale, bring that down to heart center. Lower the head down. Inhale, arms rise up, reach those hands back up towards the sky. Here, we're going to exhale, take those palms out, draw those wrists down. Inhale, arms up. Exhale, twisting over to one side.
Foster is your stoic look. That's exciting.
Inhale, arms reach up. We're going to come back to center. Hands lower down. And if your mic is not muted, please mute it on your end. We're going to lower the upper body down. Inhale, arms reach back up as we rise. Exhale, twisting over to the other side. Inhale, bring those arms up. Interlace those fingers. Take those hands down. Circle the wrists out. Shake it all off. Taking the head over to one side, down and over to the other. Chin down to the chest. Inhale, head lifts. And we are going to circle midline. So here, our torso, this helps with digestion, processing the food, massaging our organs. Go ahead and circle. And coming back to center. Let's take one knee up, bring it up towards the chest. Circle up the foot. Both directions. Lowering down. Let's go ahead and bring that other knee up and circle. Going both directions. Take the knees apart, opening up the hip space. Adjust your seat if you need to. So if you need to sit up a little bit, you can go ahead and do so. If you have arms on your chair, scoot a little bit closer. Up tall, lengthen that upper body. Bring those arms up. Exhale, we're going to lower down. Just take those hands, plant them down. They can stay here. If you feel really stiff right here, you can take the hands to the knees. Inhale, rise up. Let's go ahead and bring those knees back together one at a time. Any final stretches you need, listening to the body right now, circling out those wrists, taking those shoulders, drawing them back. Invite any movement you need. Listening to the body. And we'll conclude our break. Inhale, arms rise. Exhale, bring it down to heart center. Place the hands above the palm or above the heart. I am bowing forward. I want to say thank you, Badami Miigwech, for taking time for yourself and being here for one another. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Victoria Marie. We have about 6 minutes or so. Oops, if I can get to the right slide. To have your little break, what you need, if you need to get up for just a few moments. And then when the music stops, you'll know that it's time to come back. Take a few more minutes rather, to take care of yourself, take care of your own needs. welcome back, everybody. It's just about 11:30. And so we're going to bring everybody back in to our session as we get ready for our next set of experts. To make sure that they have capability to co-host and share their screen. We have Hera Marin and Dr. Vanessa Quesada. We're going to be speaking on the areas of self-care and wellness as we look at attuning our lives and our energy in a very positive way. We continue on from the previous presentation with Dr. Foster and just really thinking about how are we taking care of ourselves in a good way so that we can continue to take care of the children and the families that come into our classrooms and our school communities. And so with that, I want to invite Hera and Vanessa to introduce themselves and share a little bit about their work. And you have full capabilities for hosting. Thank you all. Now it's
Nostino Mekayotzi, Kwaletonazin Piyali, greeting the light in your hearts. My name is Hera Omar Marin. We connect here from Yanawana, Somisek, the land of the Huahuiteca Nation, Carrizo Comecrudo. We greet you with love and light.
My name is Vanessa Quesada, and we're so thankful, giving thanks to all of the territories that you all are connecting from, and also giving a huge thank you to MHTTC and to SAMHSA for holding this, and for Dr. Bass for inviting us here. It's really an honor and a dream. prayers in motion to be sharing our work on the ground, as well as our legacy here with you all for the youth.
Yeah, we want to thank all the supportive energies, seen and unseen, that have helped us come together in this way on this Friday, May 20th, this hot springtime, and giving thanks to all those families and those people behind us, the ancestors as well, who have planted those seeds of resilience, of love, of strength, of determination, and of that medicine that supports us in living our purpose and balancing each other to bring harmony, peace, justice back to our lands. And I want to thank Dr. Rebecca Foster for her generosity and sharing her story and her family and all those teachings that really reinforce, right? Like our grandmas have been teaching us and sharing with us that to begin our days connecting with ourselves and to have that love and encouragement for ourselves. And there's nothing like it coming from a grandmother. So thank you so much for sharing that. It really impacts our hearts. And I'd like us all to, first I'd like to say, Nostino Makayotzin Islancico, ask for permission of Great Spirit and of your hearts as well, for us to share from our hearts, from the teachings of our peoples, of our family, of the land of the four elements, that we may be able to share, to water some seeds that you may already have in you, to plant some new ones, to stoke your fire, to support that strength that you already have inside of you, those answers in your Moyo Koyani, in your DNA, that wisdom that's so deep. Our intention is to share practices and a journey today that will help fortify you and hopefully inspire you to practice even more what you already know, and to deepen your roots into your lands, into your family ways, and to also increase your intuition, that connection with yourself, with Creator that's inside of you, so that you can bring forward the embodiment of your medicines, of your powers, of your skills, of your gifts in your life, in your family, in the schools, in your tribal nations, wherever you may be. We come with that invitation.
Yeah, in 2 of our school districts right now here locally, we have a rate of 48% in one and 56% in another of teacher resignation. And so I think it's really important for us to really acknowledge the work that each and every one of you does every single day to pour your heart into the youth and our future generations, and that right now you're underpaid, underacknowledged, that there is more work that needs to happen, not just, you can't be the only person that's supporting the youth. There's so much support that they need right now because of the distractions of social media and because of all of these things that are pulling for our attention. And it's so important that we, as folks that are working with the youth, every single person feels supported and starts to regain little steps of our self-sovereignty within the classroom, within our workplaces, so that we're able to start to be more ourselves again and have a little bit more freedom and to work together to see how we can achieve that. And so we hope that today you will go home with some bite-sized tips, little moments, little exercises, little breath work, little things that you can do to check in with yourself and with the youth that you work with, so that we can just kind of give ourselves a moment, moments, these little baby moments throughout the day, to really check in and to start creating a space for ourselves, and as well creating this ecosystem like the land has showed us that we need to do, to care for ourselves and to give birth and make room for all of that that's coming, all of these transitions that are calling for us to step into this work here and now.
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. As you can hear, we're fired up. We've been in prayer, we've been visualizing you all, we've been very intentional and very honored, very excited to build with you all that are influencers, leaders, folks that are being the change. So we're excited to connect, and we want to invite you all to interact with us as much as possible. We're going to be inviting you all to move with us, stand with us, breathe with us, even be still with us. Show of hands if anyone besides me has a little bit of hard time just sitting still sometimes. Please hit a signal, sign. All right, all right, all right. I also want to get a little bit of a sense, who here has been on more than 3 virtual calls, Zoom calls this week? More than 3. You can put a thumbs up or a hand in the reactions little link. All right, who here is starting to feel it in their body? Been a lot of Zoom calls, video calls, the eyes a little bit tense, a little pressure in the head anywhere. Any tension in anywhere else in the body? Who else is feeling any tension in the body? I don't know, the back, the shoulders, the spine, the leg.
The neck.
All right, all right. So we're going to guide us through some practices for us here today, but also that we can weave into our daily and that we can share, right? We do these practices with children. We share them in juvenile detention centers and jails. We share them in schools that kind of feel like jails too. Anyone have any children or has attended school that kind of felt like a jail, like closed walls? It was kind of cold, tall fences, kind of strict energy. Anyone here besides me? Right. So we're going to be doing this call and response as much as possible to engage us, right? Because we know in the research, right, we can stare at the screen, we can listen to people talk. It doesn't matter how excited we are. Only so much is going to come in. So we're going to invite us every once in a while to do some movement so we can integrate. And we're going to even surprise us every once in a while, get you all to interact with each other, right? Because we know that the wisdom is inside of you all, and the more we share it, the more we can lift each other up and strengthen each other. So I want to invite us first to just rub our hands together. As we're rubbing our hands together, feeling the warmth, notice the sounds that rubbing the hands together makes. And move the hand a little bit away from the head and notice the sound, and then bring it closer to one ear, then the other ear, and relax everything. Inviting us to take 2 gentle breaths into the belly from the nose. Excellent. Now I want to invite us to make fists. And we're going to open and close our fists 5 times. Shaking our left wrist out, our right wrist out. Whether we're sitting or standing, our left leg, we're going to just gently kind of shake it out. And right leg, shake it out a little bit. Want us to put our hand on top of our belly, our left hand on top of our navel, our right hand on top of our left hand. And just really gently, we're going to do 9 circles, just rubbing the belly, that digestive energy fire center. And we're just noticing what we notice And then we'll go ahead and begin the other direction. Notice the sounds that you can hear, your hands pass your clothing. And keep your hands on your belly and just take another 2 breaths there where you feel the belly, the diaphragm expand a little bit as it fills up. And then as you exhale, it kind of deflates a little bit, kind of empties. Simple diaphragm breathing helps us engage from the back part of the mind into the front, a little bit more present. Now inviting us to relax our arms. And would like to invite us to just notice 3 different textures that our eyes can observe in the room that we're in. For the next 15 seconds, noticing 3 different textures. Maybe something's natural, something's made by a machine, maybe something's made by a human. Just notice 3 different textures. Inviting us to scan our body and notice for one sensation that's just standing out a little bit. It may be a temperature, a tingle. It could be a pulsing, a pressure. And we're not judging it, we're just observing. And again, inviting us to rub our hands together. Relaxing the hands, and if we're sitting, allow our spine to be a little bit taller, our shoulders up, back, and relaxed, our jaw completely relaxed. We're alert, we're aware. And looking forward, noticing we can see to our periphery, to our left, to our right. We can see up, we can see down, but we can still be looking forward. So we're aware of what's around us. And again, with our left hand, inviting us to gently press our heart and our right hand on top of our navel. And I want to invite us to acknowledge the triumph that you are, that we are. That we are the seeds and the prayers of our ancestors, of our nanas and tatas, our grandmas, our grandpas. And that we are triumphant for showing up for ourselves and for each other. And for the work that we do to spread love, consciousness, awareness. Acknowledge the self for that triumph of being here. Our Sutuhil aunties from the Beshbini, the Jaguar Nation, remind us that they tried to bury us, but they did not know that we
We're seeds.
So we're seeds, and many of you have turned into trees, as what we've been hearing about. So I want to acknowledge that tree that you are, and inviting you to gently wiggle your toes, and feel roots from your toes and feel roots from your spine as well, connected to Mother Earth always. Even if there's concrete or we're in an automobile, we're always connected to Mother Earth. And that is our strength and our resilience, that powerful connection, as we are extensions of her and expressions of her love, her grace, her power, her beauty. So we greet you feeling triumphant, like there's a big win that we celebrate today. We can relax our hands, relax our arms, and we'll proceed to share with you a little bit more about us for context, and then we'll do a few more practices together. So, Hera Omar Marin, Chignawi Ozo Matli Chinoli. I am from the Chihuahua Desert, West Texas, first generation here. Wachichichichimeca on my mother's side, got Ashkenazi on my dad's side, and Tepelwan. And I first learned about mindfulness and meditation without that term by watching my Chichimeca grandmother and the way she would clean beans, the ayo, the frijoles, one of the sacred foods of our 3 sisters, corn, beans, and squash. And I would ask her, what are you thinking about while you're cleaning the beans? She'd say, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just cleaning out the beans, in case there's any pebbles or rocks. And it has stayed with me as over the years, I've researched and studied from myself, from books, from in prayer with Sacred Grandpa Fire overnight, from fasting, to really understand myself, from the pains that my families have been through, the ways I do things, the way I don't do things. And I've come across all these teachings and the science, brain, the nervous system, how to be present, how to prime ourselves to work, to focus, and also how to deeply recover, right? As an athlete, as a spiritual runner, as a swimmer and I just love to play, I've also hurt myself a lot. So I've had to learn how to recover and repair. That I recognize that in my grandma's and my grandpa's ways, or all the teachings of how to be present fully, which is therapeutic in a sense. So I kind of make fun of myself that I actually had to go through academia at times to validate the wisdom, the power, the strength of my own teachings from my family, right? Who here has ever been through a similar experience that has studied somewhere else or seen something else, a form of movement, a form of breathing, a form of just being present, a form of thinking, but had to see it somewhere else to reinforce that sense of appreciation that it's already in our own culture? Who here has also had a similar experience? You can click the thumbs up or a heart or raise a hand. Thank you. But we're out of time now. We also celebrate that we don't need academia to reinforce us, but we have each other to reinforce us, lift each other up, remind each other, encourage each other, share and teach with each other. Right? As we've traveled the sacred lands of Semanawak, of Abiyala, of Turtle Island, we've read people's lands, we recognize a lot of these similarities on relationship with Mother Earth, with the four elements, that dignity, also that reverence and respect, where we flow with them. Right? So over the course of these next 6 weeks, we're going to be sharing practices, training, activities, exercises for us to upgrade and just attune those four elements in us, that love and that self-compassion in us. Who here in the past month has been a little bit hard on themselves? Like, a little judgmental, expected a little bit more, maybe even been a little bit mean? Who here, show of hands as a signal, who here maybe been a little bit mean or harsh with themselves? Appreciate you being real about that, right? And tuning into what Dr. Rebecca also shared, right? There's a connection there. So a lot of the practices that we're going to be also guiding is to help us remember, right, how to be kind, encouraging, loving, and expect, like Dr. Rebecca shared, expect greatness from ourselves, right? But also catch ourselves if we are slipping or perhaps not being authentic and real, and how to course correct, how to make those adjustments, but stay kind, right? Later, we'll get into a little bit of the research as well. It's proven what we think, what we imagine, what we visualize, it affects the nervous system. It affects the levels of cortisol, of stress hormones. At the same time, we can use it in a way that promotes health. We can visualize, we can think, we can put on music, we can talk to ourselves, we can sing. We can also activate power, joy, healthfulness, resilience, right? Many moments throughout the day. So we're going to do a little bit about that. I just wanted to introduce myself in that great context. Excellent. Now I'd like to invite us all to make a fist and put our hands out in front of us, and we're going to gently tap the low back. I mean gently. We're just encouraging a little bit of that water to flow, the kidneys, also the emotions, right? Just encouraging balance and flow. And I say gentle because as an athlete, I've also hurt myself, my spine, my knees, right? So we're going to share a few different practices with you all to help you get really present with that power, that peace inside of you, that clarity, and inviting you all to take care of yourself and do what feels right, feels good for you as you're exploring, right? Your limits, your edges, physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. It's all connected, but all rooted in just love and compassion. Excellent. Relaxing those hands. And I'd like to invite us now just to gently pinch the trapezius, just this muscle. And we're just going to pinch it in a way. Notice how it's intuitive. We each kind of know what feels good. If it's a light pressure, if it's a squeeze and a gentle pull. Right, many of us have practices. We stretch, we walk, we have our exercise. And there's also something special of just allowing ourselves to be guided and be curious. We're always exploring. Every day is a new day to check in, get to know ourselves a little bit more. See what works, see what we need, so we can be our best, authentic, best selves. Excellent. And now I want to invite us to gently begin squeezing and pulling the ears. This time I said gently to start, and then we're going to do it a little bit with more pressure. We're pressing our buttons that circulate energy in our body to our organs, remembering that no one has the power to push our buttons. They can do things that maybe irritate us and test us. Right? Only we can really press our buttons, and we can turn on those buttons that increase energy, vitality, peace, and full presence. Relaxing the hands. For a moment, just scanning for 4 breaths into the belly, just noticing what we notice. And demystifying what mindfulness and meditation can be, and just being present, and just noticing any tingles, any sensations, any temperature shift. Excellent. Inviting us to tap our fingers. All right. Now we're going to do a pre and post observation element before we do some movement. So I want to invite us now for the next 30 seconds to just stand up out of our seat and walk around the room softly. And using our 5 senses, you may have 6 or 7 too, inviting you to just observe, what do your senses pick up? I'll be speaking every once in a while, and we're just observing, staying totally curious. We may feel, taste, smell. Vanessa's going to model as she walks around a little bit. Inviting us to walk and notice what we taste. Let me notice a connection between taste and perhaps smell. Noticing what you feel. Noticing the sensation of air touching your skin as you move through the air in the room, perhaps in your arms or your face or your neck. Inviting us to freeze. Just pause the body for a moment. Take a breath into the nose, fill in the belly. And continue walking the opposite way you were about to go. And we're just walking. I have a small space here, so I'm just kind of pacing. So whatever you can do, if you want to walk in place, that's completely all right. You just want to get a little bit of movement going. Inviting us to notice what you hear. What do you hear that's inside the room that you're in? Can you hear your own footsteps? How long does it take for sound to make it to your ears and register as sound? Now I'm inviting you to walk in a way where you can kind of actually really hear your feet maybe drag lightly, just so you can hear it a little bit more pronounced. Inviting us to pause or freeze, take a deep breath in. Inviting us to shake out our wrists, our elbows, our arms. Again, the left foot, the right foot. Bringing our hands up, signaling victory to our amazing brains. Taking a deep breath in. Keeping the arms long and exhaling. One more time. This time in front of us, letting our arms just slowly return. And again, one last time, just sensing while we're standing, what do I feel? What do I notice? What do I hear inside the room or perhaps outside the room? Sometimes there may be vents or air conditioning, maybe even leaves. And now with my sight, what comes in to my sight? Natural light, artificial light, whatever it may be. We're just noticing with no judgment as a practice of being curious, getting extra present, being in awe of this amazing system we are, this amazing biological, this antenna that picks up on energies, on frequencies, outside and inside. Excellent. And to integrate that, rubbing our hands together. And now we're going to guide us just to a few moments, honoring that a lot of us have been sitting a lot and at the virtual screen a lot, to relieve a little bit of tension. And then we're going to do a similar scan. So we're just increasing our self-awareness, that awe for how awesome this life is, this body is, and we're learning how to cultivate that inner energy and awareness. And then we're going to do a little nikanka, be here now practice, a mindfulness practice as well, to bring in a little bit of rest, a little bit of restoration, right? That we'll do that sitting. So inviting those of you that are up for it to please stand for this next element. And while we're standing, I might invite us just to gently walk in place. I'm pacing left to right. Pacing left to right, connecting the hemispheres of the mind, the left and the right, amazing hemispheres of the brain. Excellent. Inviting us to rub our hands while we're adding an element left to right. And now I want to invite us to open up our arms and to complement what our great sister guided us in the yogi class a moment ago, sitting yoga moves. We're going to do a few other elements to complement the other parts of the body. I'm going to invite us to do hummingbird wings up and down while we're gently pacing left and right still. Breathing into the belly from the nose, diaphragm, deep bam, breathing. Relaxing the arms, being still for a moment, deep breath in, and a breath out. Excellent. Bringing our hands, our thumbs facing down, our hands gently on the temples. It feels pleasant even just to touch our temples there, sharing our own healing power from our hands to our minds. And we're going to do papalotes, butterflies, and they begin by exhaling, bringing the elbows almost to touching or as close as feels comfortable, and then inhale, opening, exhaling. We start slow. After a few times of doing this, it's natural to pick up the pace, but faster isn't always better. Sometimes slower is. We're engaging muscles, we're moving things that maybe get a little bit stuck or tight. We're gentle with ourselves, and we're build up. Really important thing is to coordinate the breathing, exhaling as the elbows come out, inhaling. So there's a cleansing or release as we exhale, and as we inhale, we're refilling. After a while, there's a slight, maybe a little bit of a burn as muscle tissues, right, start to really work, but nothing's supposed to hurt. Right? We're easy, kind to ourselves. These are exercises that we can do as we warm up before drumming, before running, right? We want to take our time with this warm up. Doing 2 more, exhaling. Relaxing the arms, shrugging the shoulders up, back, and down. Gently bending the knees, feeling the weight of our body held by the strongest muscle in our bodies, the muslo, that thigh, the quadricep. Taking a deep breath in from the base of the feet, all the way to 6 inches above the head. One more of those deep breaths from the depths of our roots, all the way up, and all the way out. Excellent. Inviting us to bring our arms out. And similar to the hummingbird wings, we're just going to do 9 circles back. Pausing for a moment, take a deep breath in. Exhaling. Begin the other direction. Bringing the arms down, letting them relax. We've already done the hips while we were seating, so inviting us to bring our hands to our knees. And we're gently going to do 9 circles in one direction. Pausing, taking a deep breath. On the exhale, go the opposite direction. Excellent. Inviting us to gently stand up. And we're going to lunge forward with our left leg, creating a lunge. It could be a foot distance apart. It could be 2 feet. Meet yourself in the middle, wherever you are right now. We're lunging forward. And even right there, that begins to open up the ingla, the hip flexors a little bit. So taking 2 breaths here, just allowing that to open. And being patient with ourselves. We work with teenagers, and sometimes they want to get into running and kicking and doing something more vigorous, right? But I've also seen teenagers get hurt when they're really young. I thought they were pretty limber and agile, but they don't stretch. They can also, hurt themselves, sprain something. So we're moving easy, keeping that patience with ourselves, taking a breath in, and our hands are out. And just 5 times, we're just going to rock the arms out, engaging the elbows, the shoulders, the wrists. Excellent. Bringing both feet together, taking an inhale, exhaling, the other foot goes back. 2 breaths here, just allowing ourselves just to land here, be in this position. Allow this to be the movement. We're breathing, we're opening up this hip flexor moment. Shrugging the shoulders up, back, and down, honoring the integrity of the spine, and seeing how that supports the breath to move. And again, arms come out, inhaling and exhaling as the arms kind of just gently move air forward. One more. Both feet come together. Excellent. Facing each other again. Interlacing our fingers. Gently pushing out. Taking a deep inhale. Bringing the arms up. Keeping the arms long while the shoulders, check mine out, they relax. The shoulders can relax and the jaws can relax. And we gently bend the knees so that the low back can relax. Whether we're standing or we're sitting, we're always looking for ways to be easy on ourselves. If we got to use muscles, only use the ones we really need to use. Remembering how to be efficient to sustain energy for the long term. Taking a deep inhale, keeping the arms long. This time taking a deep breath in, filling the belly, and then taking the breath up through the nose, filling the back of the heart. Just noticing how even trying to do that, we may not do it right the first time, but it just helps us expand the possibilities of our breath going in deeper, helping us get more oxygen in us, but keep that right balance of oxygen and carbon dioxide. One more breath, filling our belly, and then filling the heart. And then exhaling from the heart, exhaling from the belly. Gently, our arms come down in front of us, real slow. You can really feel the energy recirculate. Noticing what we notice, allowing ourselves to, with beginner's mind, just to be in awe of the sensations. Now I'd like to invite us, those that are standing, to all please come into a seated position onto a chair or onto the floor. And I'd like to invite us to wiggle our hips into the back of the chair, really support ourselves in being held up by the chair. All right, let the chair really do its work, or the floor or the wall you're near. Let it do its work by wiggling your hips back and then really leaning your back into it as much as possible. Right? All chairs are a little bit different. And inviting us to shrug our shoulders up, back, and down. And from that seated position, we're going to do one last motion. We play a game where it's the lobo and the venada, the maja, the deer and the wolf, right? So for this moment, we're gonna pretend like we're a beautiful white wolf that isn't chasing a deer to hunt today. They're just playing, right? Today we're working with playfulness, but the play is I gotta touch that deer, right? And we're gonna play our own version of I touch you, you come touch me, right? We're gonna take turns. But if the deer rolls on the ground, the wolf also has to roll on the ground and copy every move that the deer does. But for now, the only movement that we're both doing is sitting down and sprinting in place just with our arms. So inviting us to take a deep breath in and exhale through the mouth. And then next exhale, I'm going to invite us to sprint for 10 seconds with our arms. Inhaling and exhaling. Relaxing the arms, allowing our breath to just balance out on its own, breathing in through the nose, exhaling through the mouth, allowing ourselves to be fully present in the here and now. If we're comfortable, gently gaze our eyes toward the tip of our nose. And knowing that we attune our nervous system, bring balance and harmony as we're present, move the energy, open up the joints, circulate that vital life force, and breathe, inviting us, if we're comfortable, to close our eyes. Whether eyes closed or open, noticing the parts of our body that are making contact with the chair, and with the power of just observation, the body becomes more present, the mind becomes more present, increasing those reserves of energy, of peace, and our body's ability to repair itself. That wisdom that's already there, we're just setting it up to do what it knows how to do. Inviting us to continue gently breathing in through the nose and out through the belly. And seeing if we can breathe in just as much as we kind of breathe out, kind of balancing the in breath for 3 seconds and the out breath for 3 seconds. What may feel good for you, breathing in gently for 3 seconds through the nose and exhaling for 3 seconds through the mouth. And just allowing the layers of tension or stress to just melt away, vaporize off of us. And as much as possible, being effortless. The chair is supporting us. Mother Earth is underneath us, always holding us up. We feel her gravity keeping us close. We allow the spine to still be tall. Inviting us to notice the sensations in our hands. Noticing the air that makes contact with our hands, our arms, perhaps our neck or our face. Whether our eyes are open with expanded awareness or our eyes are closed, we can still see a little bit of light through our eyelids. And the purpose of this practice is just to observe and stay open and curious and allow the body to integrate that balance of alertness and peace. So the body can release any tension on the exhales. And on every inhale, the body can begin refilling on peace. Noticing sounds that we may hear inside of the room or outside of the room. And inviting us to visualize ourselves in a moment in time where we are doing what we love to do with our full being, and time just passes so fast because we're so present. We're really doing that one thing, whether it's an activity outdoors, it's an activity indoors, whether we're alone or with others. Really, for these next 2 minutes, inviting us just to really take ourselves to that place, of a place where we may find ourselves in the zone, in that flow, engaging with life in ways that we really appreciate. Perhaps we're using our mind, our body, our hands. Maybe we're standing or walking or in motion. Perhaps we're even sitting. Visualize that and feel the sensations, the satisfaction of being in that moment. Just for the next 2 minutes, allow the sound of the flute to also encourage and soothe. We're taking ourselves to a place where we're interacting, we're using, we're intentional with our energy, with our mind, with our bodies. Perhaps it's a form of movement or play, or making or creating. Could even be a moment of just being present. Put yourself in that place. And notice sensations that you feel in your feet, in the place. What kind of ground are you on? Are we wearing shoes? Is there grass, sand, or dirt? Notice the sensation on the skin, making contact with the air, perhaps through the breeze. We know where the sun is at this time of the day. Maybe overhead and bright, maybe cloudy, but still illuminating the day. Inviting us to look at ourselves from the eyes of someone that really loves us and cares about us. Someone that sees you for just who you are. And that person is looking at you happy and content that you are making more time and space to fulfill your needs for movement and nourishment and playfulness and rest. They're really happy that you're looking more in balance and in harmony. Imagine that you just subtly nod to them in gratitude for them acknowledging them, knowing that there is a shift happening inside of you, inside of we. To listen, to honor the insights, the intuitions of how to be fully human, balanced, powerful in this life. Again, inviting us to observe the parts of our body making contact with the ground, the clothing around our skin, noticing our spine upright, the parts of our body making contact with the chair. And take 4 deep breaths in, one for each of the 4 sacred elements that are inside of us, harmonizing, balancing. Breathing in, balancing the water. Balancing the air. Balancing the earth element. And balancing that fire. If our eyes are closed, inviting us to notice the light that comes in through the eyelids. If our eyes are open, noticing light that comes in through our eyes. Inviting us to open and close our hands, making a fist and opening the hands. Inviting us to gently wiggle our toes, our feet. Gently move the hips to the left, to the right. And again, rubbing our hands together, nourishing the heart. Noticing the sound. Bringing some warmth over to the temples. Once again, rubbing our hands together, generating some heat, generating some friction, and bringing that warmth over our eyes. Relaxing our hands on top of our quads, our thighs, shrugging the shoulders up, back, and down. And for half a minute, observing any shifts due to the movement, the breath work, a presence, the attempt, even just the effort that each one of you may have offered, and what it has resulted in. Notice if there's any new awareness, or maybe an awareness that's reinforced. Sometimes I may notice, wow, I need to stretch a little bit more on this side of the body. Sometimes it's visual. I may see something. Sometimes I may hear something. Sometimes I may just be at peace, and that time passed really quick. All of that is welcome and just right as we trust. Inviting us to notice the walls in the room, even though we're looking forward. And sensing where any walls may be behind us. Just sensing. And calling up and turning on a sense of gratitude inside of every cell of our bodies for showing up for ourselves and for each other and for practicing and stretching and trying and giving ourselves permission to be new minds, trying something new, or remembering something we may already know, but staying curious and loving and self-compassionate as we're remembering how to weave in elements and moments and practices to de-stress, to refocus, to refresh, and to turn on that superpower inside of us of love, all that creative well of energy that flows through us from Mother Earth, from the cosmos, that we feel encouraged and reinvigorated to create more ways to do this. And this small taste of what could be a couple hour training or workshop, just to give ourselves some credit for attempting and trying. Bringing our hands in front of our hearts and acknowledging the teachers before us, the Temashtianis, the Tlamatanimes. Our hands on our hearts, acknowledging each other for showing up to increase embodiment of resilience, of love, of strength, of mindfulness, so that we can embody that for our communities, for the schools, for the places that we work with, and honoring our hearts and our hands pressed in front of our hearts, acknowledging the self. And I'm going to check in with Vanessa here for our timing and see what our next element is. We're at 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to see if maybe we can ask folks to reply in the chat how they're feeling, or any shifts or any messages they got.
Great. So we'd love to invite folks just for the next few minutes in the chat. There's a lot that can be shared, but a prompt that we'll welcome is, what's one thing that has stood out for you so far, right? It could be from what we've shared, some of the movement, some of the observation elements, some of the physical work, some of the stillness work. Right? So it's kind of an open question, but we'd love to see you all share in the chat any things that have stood out for you. And it could be something I saw, I sensed, I thought of, I noticed. So complete that sentence and we'll be taking a few breaths here with you all. Would love for you all to share with us.
And if anyone just wants to share on their camera, show us their face and just a shift that happened for you. Also, just curious to see, it's very rare to have so many Native people in that one area. And so it's really nice to just see other folks and have that representation and get to see each other. But it's for a second. Folks are saying in the chat, I felt like a tree. I felt like rubbing of the hands throughout the activity. It brought something new to my practice from Rebecca Scobie. Bridget says, strong yet meek, powerful and powerless. Ooh. Wonderful. We encourage folks to, write it down, whether or not you write it in the chat, if you just kind of record it right within your body. Embodiment, like Heda said, is a really important piece. And to recovering our self-sovereignty, recovering our sense of community and sense of self, right? And in these next just few minutes, 10 minutes, I'm going to share a little bit about the 6 weeks that we'll be experiencing together is based on food as medicine and coming home to our bodies, our land, and our water. My name is Vanessa Quesada. I have a doctorate in pharmacy, in the allopathic world, and I am a recovering pharmacist. From my dad's side, we are Kickapoo, and my grandma continued to carry that medicine and, took care of me. And on my mom's side, we're Chichimeca and also Spanish, and we're from northern Mexico area. My family's migrated up and down this area for generations, and I currently find myself in Yanaguana, in San Antonio, Texas. And in 2016, I had the privilege of running on the Peace and Dignity Journey, a spirit run from Alaska to Panama, and I organized the journey of reconnecting and getting to know each other as Native peoples. And like Dr. Foster said earlier, there were so many things that were different, but also the same. And one of the things that was the same, it was a few group of folks that were really like moving and shaking and really doing, wanting to learn and do healing practices. And, we're going through so much and we're in this survival mode. And that 2016 prayer was for the seeds. And I'll never forget in Alaska when we started, this elder came right up to me and he said, "What's the most precious seed?" And it was quiet, right? When the elders ask you that question, there's just silence. And he said, and I asked him which one, and he said, "It's the seed of your thought, because that seed then becomes a word, and that word becomes an action. And so we have to remember to take care of that seed of your thought." And so, I took that, and now, I know that our teachings, we're starting to see our teachings reflected through these evidence-based models and all of this research that's happening. And one of those areas that's opening up right now is nutrition psychology. And as we see our youth really going through it, as we talked about earlier, with the high suicide rates, that was something that was the same across every single territory that we ran to. They all had stories and names of youth, young people that had taken their lives, missing and murdered Indigenous women, right? And so we have a lot that we have to rise up to, and a lot that we're holding, especially with everything that's happened within the last couple of years with COVID. One of my aunties, it's like, COVID's been the great revealer, and it's showed us what we need to do and what we need to step into. And I think with that, nutritional psychology really reminds us that we have this connection between our mind and our gut. And a lot of our teachings talk about how we tragamos emociones, like how we swallow emotions, right? And we reflect on this history that Dr. Foster shared, about our intergenerational trauma and our family members being in boarding schools and all of the impacts that has had, all of the starvation that happened of the mind, body, and the spirit. And so as we start to reconnect to food as medicine, it's really important that we start to observe these interplays. And some of the things that we'll be exploring is tracing that lineage of who did we learn to eat from? Where did that come from? What did they go through? What did my grandparents and great grandparents go through? Why do we eat the way we do? What are we feeling in those moments? And what do we really need? How can we check in with ourselves? And I think it's really beautiful that different nations, different territories are coming back to eating traditional foods. Because of the school system is really encouraging, they started feeding us based on consumer agriculture of this pyramid, this food pyramid, and that has made us incredibly sick. We have high numbers of diabetes, high cholesterol, heart attacks, you name it, right? And it's been beautiful to visit different territories. And this is an example of the Anishinaabe. Shout out to all our Anishinaabe family here on the call. This is a traditional reconstruction of the food pyramid, and according to their traditional foods from their lands. And then here you can see the seasons. So it goes more in depth a little bit about the seasons and how it's important to reconnect. And that's part of our journey, right, is to reconnect to the land, reconnect to our traditional foods. And some of those challenges are access to those foods, access to support of how to regain that. And one of the most impactful exercises that I've done, I took a class with Dr. Quintero, who is from Venezuela, and it was called Geografías de la Memoria, so geographies of the memory. And he asked us to draw our home place. And in that process, we drew our home place, the original homes, and the original homes that our peoples lived in. And then from there, we did a food map. And so we drew our territory, and some of you may already have, copies of this, but he challenged us to draw our food system 5,000 years ago, draw how we ate 5,000 years ago, and what the land looked like, and what that food, what those migration patterns were. And so I'm going to share that briefly right now with this screen to just share with you what that looked like. For us, it may look like one of your students drew this, or one of the kinder students drew this. I drew this, and it's all by hand, right? And I really had to reorient myself in my memory to where I started was the water, right? And I started with our water, and I started with the Rio Grande, that main river down at the bottom that outlines what we now know as the state of Texas, but was really the center of our migration in this territory area, and started to map all of the different traditional foods 5,000 years ago. From the buffalo, you see the deer, you see the duck, you see the mesquite. For this region, the pecans, the acorns, and the yucca, sunflowers, and chili piquins, some of our salt lakes that we have in the southern part of this territory, and as well as the nopales, the cactus, the gran tunales, where we would go in the summer and migrate down. And then you start seeing, the crickets, and that we have many tribes that have overlapping traditional foods, right? The buffalo, the bison extend all the way up and all the way down into Mexico. And it's beautiful to see things that we don't see today as well. Talking to some of the elders to reconstruct this map really gave me insight to at the bottom, you can see the mejillones. So the Huanacan, the big river, which translates to the big river in the language of Tapilam, is in Pajalat. That is where folks would find these mejillones, or clams the size of your fist. And so it was through speaking to the elders that, that's not something that we see today, right? But we know that our people were settled here thousands of years ago. And these are the ways that they lived. And so it's really important. He really emphasized us being able to speak to the elders and to connect with them, and to hear these stories, and to draw this. And so this was incredibly impactful for me, and for our territory, and the way that we're moving as a collective through the Sanarte Healing Dura Clinic. And, this is the knowledge that we've received by being in ceremony, right? By taking care of ourselves. These are the messages that it's like, this is the work that you need to do. And this is something I would love for us to do together over the next 6 weeks as we explore food as medicine. What are our different traditional foods in our respective territories, and where is there some overlap, and how have we been able to reestablish access to those foods, and how can we support other tribes, other peoples in doing that as well? We've been down here, we have a bison sanctuary that's just been started by our elder Lucille Contreras, and that she's really went up to North Dakota and learned with the relatives up there to see what it would entail to even start that, and how can we do that in our territory so that we can also regain this valuable relationship. And she's Lipan Apache, but we're intertribal, we're in a city-ish environment. And so we're in this urban environment, it reminds us how important it is to learn from each other and to construct together. And we want to make y'all's work we want you to make you work less, right? And so into doing that, we reach into each other's and we share and we support each other. And so part of this process will also be building, learning from each other. And I will be also sharing a lot of really interesting research to back up, what our needs are and to regain this access and have that all written out and to share with you all so that we can start to establish these connections. And I think that's about our time. So that's just a little start to food as medicine for the next 6 weeks this summer. And it will dovetail and work with the embodiment work that Hedda will be sharing as well. And we're going to be working with that mind and how to really support the youth in stabilizing not only their neurochemicals, but also their sugar intake, and how can that help them to recover their stability, because that is the number one thing that's missing. Sugar hits the same opiates receptors that opiates do, our controlled substances, are the heroin and the morphine. It's the exact same receptors. And so it's really important for us to understand how much of an epidemic this is. And it's the sugar epidemic is the same as the opiate epidemic because they work with the same receptors, and we're feeding that pain. And so how are other ways that we can gain stabilization to really live into health and wellness for all of our communities and support you in your education of the K-12 family. So thank you. Kebeshe.
Thank you both so much. Thank you, Dr. Vanessa and Hedda. We appreciate the expertise and the knowledge that you bring. And as you were both talking, people were putting things in the chat from what they experienced from doing the energy work and the important ways that it made them feel in a positive and healthy way. And people want to learn more about what the food chart that you just shared. You just put it on the screen for a few moments and people are like, where can I get that? So one thing I want to remind everybody is that any of the resources that our experts are sharing with you all, we're going to be sending it out in a slide deck in the next probably 10 days or so. So if you registered for this event, you'll get an email with all the resources, all the information that our presenters share with us. In turn, we'll share it with you all, as well as a recording of today's sessions. But Dr. Vanessa was alluding to a summer program that we're going to have where both of these experts are going to share on Native medicine, providing emotional resilient support for American Indian Alaska Native youth, looking at the mind, body, and spirit. And that includes what we put into our bodies, what we ingest. And so for the next couple of minutes, we have a few minutes for transition. Does anybody have any questions or comments or a story they want to share before we go into our lunch presentation? Because we're going to eat while we watch Chef Rebel in a few minutes. But if you have a question for one of our presenters right now, please, this is your chance. You can put it in the chat or you can just ask them by unmuting yourself. Well, if you can't think of anything right now, that's okay, because they may be hanging out with us the rest of the afternoon and we'll give time for questions at the end of the day too. But next we have, like I said, Chef Rebel coming up. I want to thank our two experts right now. I think it's really important that we continue this good work with our youth so that we can empower them to be grounded in their culture, be grounded in knowing who they are, so they can be the best versions of themselves going forward in society. We know that they bring so much energy and so much greatness and love. It's our responsibility as their educators, as the leaders, as parents, as their grandparents, etc., that we guide them in a good way. So I appreciate all the comments in the chat for this session. And I'm going to give you just a few minutes break. And I'm going to put the break screen up and then grab lunch, do whatever you need to do, grab your snack, and come join us in just about 3 minutes or so. And we'll start our next session. Nalitsam, thank you. It looks like the majority of our participants have stayed on with us for today. And I really appreciate that, so that you can immerse yourself in your self-care so that you can be your best in serving our children, our Native youth who are in such need of wonderful leaders. We know that you bring your hearts to the work that you do, and now you can be your best. Health and Wellness Awareness Month is this month. We want to make sure that we're best opportunities for growth. We're going to get ready to transition over to Chef Rebel. Just trying to make sure she's on before I pass the baton to her. And she has hosting capabilities now.
Hello,
Wonderful.
hello.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. I see some things have been put in the chat. See some links and whatnot. So please make sure you read what's in the chat. Everybody who's participating, I put up our survey link in the chat several times so that you can tell us what a great job all of our experts are doing today, and including Chef Rebel. I'm going to let her take the floor and tell you a little bit about herself and get cooking with us in the kitchen so we can become healthy eaters, going back to our ancestral food and tradition.
Thank you. Hello, welcome. Omoteo, tasokomatli, bienvenidos. I'm just so grateful to have the opportunity to be here today with you all. First of all, can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Okay, so I come from, identify as Chicana and Chichimeca, and I also have some ancestors from across the seas as well. So I have a lot of ancestral knowledge that is stored in my genetic memory, and I use cooking as a way to call it out and bring it forth. And through cooking, I'm able to interact and work with a lot of folks to do what we're talking about here, which is healing and grounding. And I really loved the previous presenters, Dr. Foster, the reminder of think about who you've come from, where you've come from. And food is such a great way in order to do that for us, because it is proven that smell is one of the biggest sources we can use to recall memory. So oftentimes we have a lot of memory around smells of food and herbs and plants. And also, you know, the other presenters like Vanessa and Hedda talking about movement and using our breath and how that can get us to be grounded. And I think that's a lot of the energy that I'm seeing coming through today's presentation, and even from the comments, is thank you for this. I feel more grounded. And for me, connecting to food is like, what other way is there? What better way is there to then ground yourself? Because our food literally comes from the ground. So creating that connection inherently makes us more grounded. It makes us more aware of our surroundings, our seasons. It can connect us back to our rituals, to our recipes. It can connect us to other cultures. It can open up our palates, our taste buds. We oftentimes I'll cook with an ingredient and someone will say, I've never liked mushrooms before, but I love this dish, right? So it allows us to keep an open mind as well. So I want to thank you all for taking the time out of your day to be here with me to talk a little bit about food. And I know someone mentioned about, you know, food is medicine, and it absolutely can be medicine. It can also be our poison, depending on what we're consuming. So it's really important for us to remember that food can be medicinal. And sometimes we can take too much medicine, right? And it has the opposite effect. So really learning our foods and our own bodies also, because like Vanessa said, with food pyramids, oftentimes what we're taught is what is best for our Eurocentric body, what is best for male bodies, and we don't know always what is best for our own bodies. And so because that research hasn't been prioritized as much, it's important for us to really be in our body. And so I appreciate that the session before that was Hedda and Vanessa leading us through that movement and breathing and pausing workshop so that we could be more in our bodies, so that we can then be more present. Because another thing that I always talk about when I share food is your hands hold so much energy, and you cook with your hands. You even cook with your feet. Even if you don't think about it, you might not be using your feet to stir the pot, but you use your feet to ground yourself first, to stand yourself up. Or maybe you even put a chair, right? If you're having to sift through the beans, or do shell something, you sit yourself down, you put your feet down, and you ground yourself first, and then you move the energy up into your palms. And that energy, sometimes if we're angry, that's what's going to kind of come out in our food, right? And we don't want to eat anger. We want to eat relaxation. We want to eat joy. We want to eat, so the energy that we're putting into our food is really important. So taking that time to ground yourself is important. Or sometimes I will admit I'm human, and sometimes I'm chopping something and I have a lot of anger and I'm, like Dr. Foster said, and I'm chopping with a lot of anger, and it feels good though, I have to admit, sometimes to just get that energy out. But then I do a little prayer over the food, right? And I ask it. Or if I feel like, hey, you know what, I really didn't put too much good energy in that, I'm going to pause this, maybe chop a little bit extra of something fresh, right? And let that piece of food take my energy. And then I'm going to go throw it in the recycling bin or the compost bin. And so that awareness, that self-awareness, that self-grounding is so crucial when we're cooking our meals. And it's not that easy to begin in a practice, because oftentimes we don't leave that much time for cooking, right? And so it's not that you have to take, even 10 or 15 minutes to do that. You can intentionally do that in 1 minute, in the first minute. You can write it in your above in your kitchen somewhere, in your recipe, say something like, I'm going to ground myself before I cook this, or take 3 deep breaths, right? Be aware, think of your hands, say a prayer, right? Before you then go to prepare food, whether it's for yourself or for others. So I know you're enjoying your lunch, so provecho, may you digest well, may you enjoy it, may it bring you good energy as you're eating and then watching me cook. But before I start to cook away here, I want to ask if there are any stories you want to share with me about recipes or food, or native food that you're already aware of, or just any storytelling, because I feel that there's a lot of, we do carry a lot of stories around food. So I would love for folks to share a couple of stories, whether it's through unmuting yourself and or in the chat. Everybody's being shy. It's probably because you have food in your mouth. So I understand that. I'm not going to force it. If it comes out, if something is comes forth in your mind and you're like, oh, I thought about that now that she's, cooking this, go ahead and put it in the chat, or we'll save it for discussion afterwards. Also feel free to put any questions in the chat, as well as you can also hold them if you want to ask them to me through video. Either afterwards or even throughout. I want this to be a little bit interactive, which again, I know because you're eating might be a little difficult in the beginning, yet I want y'all to participate in this as much as you want to. So don't be too shy or feel like you have to stay on mute. And okay, all right, so someone said they're excited to see what I'm doing with this ingredient. So, okay, so let's begin. So when I think about cooking, and when I was thinking about, what I would do today, to me, it was really important because we're thinking about, we all work with youth, and connecting the youth to the food is so important. And being able to do that without judgment, because I know sometimes our access to food limits us to what we can get. And sometimes what is the unhealthiest is the only option, or the biggest option, or the cheapest option. So how do we, use the hot Cheeto as a teaching, opportunity to talk about like the original chiles, right? And things that spice things up, and how people would just grow a jalapeno plant and just munch on a jalapeno while they were eating, right? The jalapeno, I think, to me is the original hot Cheeto, right? Or the serrano pepper, or if you're in Texas, maybe it's the chili piquin, right? And so having that opportunity for us to talk about maybe where the original, or what I call the original fast food version, right? Because the jalapeno is the fast food version of a hot Cheeto, because it's just like, it's right there, you can pull it off the ground, right? And so like an apple, right? Apple to me is fast food. So I shift that idea of what fast food is in my mind into people that I teach. So because it's not processed, right? It's grown, and yes, there are processes to grow it, and there's people who help grow it, and there's farmers, and there's land, and there's processes that does happen as well. So with food, when you use food, you can use it in so many different realms, from talking about mathematics. We talk about measurements, whether it's an ounce of rice, or what's a fluid ounce, right? So you can use when you're a math lesson, you can incorporate a food, talking about measuring food. I would have appreciated that if that was highlighted more in my math classes, and also shown through maybe a recipe. It allows us to talk about history. We can use it if talking about writing. We don't really use how to write a recipe. And that's also would be a great curriculum, a great lesson. Because it also introduces a lot of vocabulary to the students, to us. We learn different techniques of, different words for different tools, words for different ways of cutting things. So also we can use it to teach song. Some of us have memory of songs being sung in the kitchen, or maybe even if it's not traditional songs, we have memories of our mothers or grandmothers or grandfathers and grandmothers turning on the music and dancing and singing while we're cooking. We use food a lot in ceremony, right? With certain ceremonial foods, or at least to enjoy after the ceremony together, in community, like, Dr. Foster was saying, the idea of community, of, sharing it, right? We use food a lot for that in our ceremonial practices. And, when we're at home, it can be a little bit more individualistic, even if we're cooking for others sometimes. So, just continuing to keep that expansive mindset of going, I know I'm just cooking for me and my wife, but where did this food come from, right? Who else put their hands on it? How did it get here, right? And so thinking about different types of food, again, going back to like not stigmatizing this is better, and just being open. I love to teach that, frozen foods. I have some frozen green peas here. I'm going to add to the recipe, right? Frozen is a great option for our vegetables. It lasts longer. And there's nothing wrong with frozen foods. They have still almost the same amount of nutrition, and sometimes even more, depending on when they're frozen, when they begin the freeze process. And so, frozen vegetables are an excellent option. I have some sun-dried tomatoes. So the drying process, right? Some of us are familiar with, this is a little dark, so it's kind of hard to see. So like, sun-dried tomatoes. So often our children, our people are used to seeing tomatoes in their natural form, and then we can show them, hey, well, here's a method, here's drying them. Maybe let's try to dry some tomatoes ourselves. Let's look it up online. How can we dry these? How can we dry tomatoes? So we have some dried food. I have what I like to call the star of the show. I always have one ingredient that is the star of the show. And today's star is amaranth. And amaranth is a grain that is native to what we now call Texas and Mexico, and further south in different parts of Central South America. And it is similar to quinoa, and it grows from this, there's, I think, about 63 different varieties of amaranth. Some also are found in Africa, And so between Africa and Turtle Island, we have about the most amaranth that is native and growing. So, but oftentimes, like our native foods, this is very difficult for me to find in San Antonio. There is only one store in the whole city, and we're the 7th largest city in the nation that carries amaranth. So luckily it's not too expensive, and we can grow it here ourselves. Sometimes you can see it on the side of the road. It could be considered a weed, which we oftentimes see that happen to our native foods as well. They get classified as weeds, are not useful, and then we have to reteach ourselves to what is important and what is useful and what can we forage. So I have mushrooms. I didn't forage them myself, but depending on where you are in the United States, some of us can forage mushrooms. So that's another technique of gathering food, is to forage food. And I have some onions, green onions that I grew in my garden. So that's my example of growing your own food, right? They're kind of a little sad because it's so hot in Texas, if you haven't heard. We are having a heat wave. And I don't think it's just a heat wave. I think it's the earth protecting herself and responding. So I think we'll be in it for a while. So this gives me a way to be able to talk about growing our own food, and also showing, hey, look, onions come in these different forms, right? We have a green onion. I also have a shallot here. Shallot is a type of onion. I have some garlic. We can grow garlic ourselves if you've ever grown garlic. It also has green shoots. It's very similar to green onion in the way that it looks and grows with these large green shoots and then these like furry little roots, and you can use, the whole thing. And I think oftentimes we are not taught also that we can use the whole plant a lot of the times, that we can use the flowers, we can use the leaves on top of that which is like the bulb. Or with broccoli, sometimes people only eat the crown of broccoli when really you can be eating the leaves while you're waiting. And so just really allowing ourselves to reconnect to all the different ways in which food is vital, and also letting go of ways in which we have been taught to look at food in very colonized, wasteful ways, if we're being honest. And giving up our sovereignty and creating and taking our food back. And it's important for us to, when we're doing our grounding, when we're doing our awareness, that we're calling in and calling back that ancestral knowledge that lives in our bodies, and that we can call it back, that we can, ask the earth to return that information back to us. Because it is there, and I guarantee you that she wants to teach you the lessons. She wants you to acknowledge her and caretake her as much as she's caretaking us. And okay, so the other thing I have is canned, right? Sometimes people look down on canned food, but a lot of times our grandmothers, our ancestors canned things because they were so good for preserving. This is canned in a factory. But canning is its own process, and then we can then talk about coconuts, right? This is coconut milk. Where do coconuts, come from? How are they processed? They grow on a tree, and then what happens? Who's opened a coconut before? I don't know. If you've ever tried to open up a coconut, it's very difficult, and you have to have a good, sharp, big knife, to do that. And so maybe kids can't do the cutting, but we can at least talk about the process and get them to connect to where their food is coming from, so that they can begin to have this awareness of it. So when they see something in a bag, they start to think, where did that hot Cheeto come from? How did that spice get around it? Who in the factory is working on it? Where is even the factory? What's going on in that state, right? And so we can use it to make so many connections and start making the connections, even if we can't personally do a food demo in all our classrooms or give all our students, a knife and a recipe. We can just tell them stories, right? And show them slides and maybe bring in a couple of plants for them to touch and to smell and to make those connections. And the last thing I have that we're using today is sunflower seeds. So seeds are a great thing to eat. And Vanessa talked a little bit about seeds in the presentation before this. And in Texas, Yanawana sunflowers are wild and native plant. And they don't grow naturally so big here, but we do have them and they do seed. And we can enjoy the seeds as much as the birds enjoy the seeds. So let's get cooking. Actually, are there any questions or feedback that you want to share? I see that someone said the sense of smell in the brainstem helps us to reconnect to ourselves and reset. Important ways we can heal from trauma is through sense of smell, which is still available to us even if we are in a coma. So yes, and maybe, I don't know if anyone has a personal story. I can start. I have a tomato plant. When I smell the green of a tomato plant, I automatically go to a memory of my uncle who had the biggest green thumb that I still know to this day. And out south, about 30 minutes south of San Antonio in Von Army, Texas, he would grow these gardens on my grandmother's land. And for some reason, this tomato plant makes me think of him. And he's no longer with us. When we talk about suicide rates, he did take his life. But when I grow a tomato, there is my uncle in my garden, and there is a happy memory, and I have him still living with me. And I just touch the plant, the leaves like this, and I bring it up to my nose, and I'm instantly warmed by it, and instantly, I invoke his memory, and I ask, for him to help me in my garden. And so that's my story. Does anyone else have a story they want to share?
There's one more in the chat from Erica Alvarez. She said,
Okay.
for me, food is connected to certain memories, and sometimes, just like what you shared, Rebel, sometimes just the smell takes me back to that memory and the feelings associated with it. That's why sometimes food can help me get through tough moments. Also, with my family and my tribe, cooking together and sharing it is a way to share love and culture.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Okay. If stories come up, raise your hand, unmute, put it in the chat. I won't be offended. I won't be, it's okay to interrupt me a little. Okay, so here we go. What I wanted to do too is create a meal in one pan. Because sometimes people are like, I don't want to cook, it's difficult, or the recipes are so long. And that's true. Some recipes do take a long time, and we can't be afraid of that, because our ancestors had a lot of time to cook and they, took their time, and that's really important. So maybe we're not doing a long recipe every week, but perhaps we're committing to do one once a month, to say, I'm going to do, in Mexican cuisine, in a traditional Mexican cuisine, mole is a recipe, and it has several steps. So I'm sure, perhaps you have a recipe that's coming into your mind that you've wanted to try and you haven't yet. And, I encourage you to jot it down and perhaps give it a try and say, once a month, I'm going to do this longer recipe, or once every couple of months, I'm going to take this time, or I'm going to invite people over so we can do it together. And then it won't seem like so much work, because sometimes these recipes seem so overwhelming because we've taken away the communal part of creating meals. So if we once in a while bring that back, the cooking doesn't seem so overwhelming, right? Okay, so a nice big pan here. I'm going to put some oil. I'm going to turn on my stove first. I'm going to get the burner a little hot. I'm going to get the pan a little hot as well. Oil likes to enter into a hot pan already. It's not, you don't have to do it, but it's nice to heat your pan a little bit before you put the oil in. I use sunflower seed oil because sunflower seed is native here. And so I try to use oil that is native to my ancestors, because I feel like it's better for my body. My body already has the memory of how to digest it. And so sunflower seed oil it is. So as that is warming up, I'm going to wait for it to get a little bit warmer. I'm going to cut a couple of cloves of garlic. And I'll make sure that y'all get the recipe for this. And even if maybe amaranth isn't easy for you to find, you can substitute rice, you can substitute quinoa, you can substitute a different grain that maybe you already have in your cupboard. You just have to adjust maybe perhaps the liquid or the cooking time. And the one thing I love about quinoa is that it's really forgiving. Amaranth is that it's really forgiving. It doesn't, with rice, I feel like if you don't put enough or the right amount of water, it's like, oh my gosh, it's a mess. But I think with quinoa, it gives you, with amaranth, I keep saying quinoa, excuse me for that. With amaranth, you have a little bit more flexibility. I'm gonna go ahead and use, I'm gonna use the bulbs of the green onion, and I'm gonna save the tops of it to garnish the plate with when I'm done. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut those up. And just garlic has a quicker cooking time. So oftentimes when you're going to put your ingredients into the pan, I suggest that you put your onion in first and then add the garlic. Okay, I have the sun-dried tomatoes. I'm gonna cut those a little bit. And I'm not using too much of these ingredients because basically this is my lunch. So I'm just gonna kind of cook a little bit. I'll have some extra amaranth, of course, because it's hard to cook just a little bit of amaranth. But so as far as some of these ingredients, I might not be using as much as I would if I was cooking for a household, but I'm just using a little bit each for this example. So my pan is nice and hot. I'm adding the sunflower seed oil. And in the recipe, it says about 2 tablespoons. For those of us who cook a lot, we can eyeball that. I trust that you can eyeball it. Cooking is one of those things where you can do a lot of experimentation and you can eyeball, unlike baking, right? We've noticed sometimes when I'm sure there's some bakers out there that wing it, but oftentimes we've got to put a little bit more, pay closer attention and measure everything out. So I'm gonna give my oil a little bit of time to heat up. Okay, feels nice and warm. I'm gonna add some onion. And with onion, you're basically just wanting it to get a little translucent, see-through. And because it's a small amount of onion, it's not going to take that long. And now I'm going to add the garlic. You can hear the nice sizzling sound. I mean, I can hear it perhaps, but I'm sure you're used, if you've cooked before, you know that little sizzling sound. And then of course now the aromas, right? All of a sudden the room starts to fill up with some onion and garlic smell. I'm gonna take the sun-dried tomatoes and enter them into the sartén or to the pan. And then next, what I will do, I'm gonna put some of my sunflower seeds. So one thing I really love to do with seeds and nuts is roast them. So if we could do that, let's actually do that. I'm gonna take this pan and turn it on. I'm gonna turn on the heat to medium heat. And I'm gonna roast the sunflower seeds on the stove. So oftentimes we think about roasting, we think about doing it in the oven. You can also do it in a pan on your stove. So, which kind of is nice in Texas when you don't want to turn the oven on, right? Or for in summertime, right? We're like, don't turn the oven on. So we can just roast them on the stovetop. So seeds and nuts have their own natural oils, hence how we get sunflower seed oil. And when we roast them, that heating method allows them to open up and the oils come through. And so like, for example, with pecans, roasting a pecan will naturally make it sweet. So instead of having to add a sweetener to it, if you roast them, you'll find out that they have their own sweetness that comes through. Also can help us with digestion. Sometimes as our bodies are shifting during different stages of our lives, different things we're unable to eat. yet if we change the method in which we prepare them, it allows us to digest them again. So that can happen with seeds and with nuts. If we roast them, we find out, oh, well, I can eat them now again, or they taste pleasant to me again. And sometimes, again, we know how our children love sweet things. So roasting some of these nuts and then giving them that to them is a good little healthy snack. And you don't put anything in the pan. It's just a hot pan. You just make sure it's on low. You put the amount of seeds that you want into the pan. And then I'm going to put it onto the heat. Now, the thing about roasting is that it's delicate timing, so you have to keep your eye on it. Okay, so now I'm going to take the mushrooms that I've already chopped up and I'm going to put those in the pan that I have here. I'm going to adjust my heat, turn it down just a little. I'm going to stir things in. Okay, I'm just letting it, you can hear some, maybe you can hear the sizzling. I do wish I could share this with y'all. That would be extra lovely and sweet. So now, again, depending on how much you like your mushrooms cooked, you can leave them a little bit longer, but they're also going to cook as the amaranth is cooking. So now I'm going to turn this down to a low. I'm going to add about 1/3 cup of amaranth. I'm going to open up and shake. Don't forget to shake your jars and your cans. Not if they're, what do you call that? Not pressurized, but like don't shake anything that has fizz and then open it. Carbonation, thank you. Okay. Don't shake it if it has carbonation, but if it doesn't, make sure you shake because oftentimes the good stuff goes to the bottom. So, and we want to get that into our, I'm going to do at least a little bit more than 1/3 cup. And I'm just allowing the heat of the pan to kind of saute a little bit of the amaranth as well as the coconut. And then I'm going to add a little bit more of water to it as well. And you don't have to put coconut. If you're like, I don't like coconut, you don't have to. You could just do this with water, or you could do it with vegetable broth. You could do it with some vegetable broth that you can find at the store, or you can make yourself. Right? That's a whole lesson too, right? Like, how do you make vegetable broth, and how can, and we use our scraps, and we can store it in the freezer, and we can then, use our vegetable broth to kind of, so sometimes this is a great option if we lack fresh ingredients, easily attainable fresh ingredients. We can either make our own vegetable broth from some of the things we have, or we can get them from the store, and then it adds that flavoring into our foods, right? So we develop a palate, for celery and carrots and those root vegetables, right? We want to root ourselves down, so it helps us to eat root vegetables when we have access to them. And so this, I'm going to add a little bit more water to it, and then I'm just going to leave it on low and let it cook itself. I might stir it here and there. Welcome sometimes to put a top on it. If you want to walk away, you can go ahead and put a top on that and just walk away. And when Hedda was doing the stretches, it really reminded me that sometimes there's a lot of downtime in cooking, and I use it oftentimes to stretch my body, because when I'm cooking a lot, I'm standing on my feet, maybe I'm hunching my shoulders. So I take a little bit of my downtime to do those stretches, maybe try to touch my toes, lift my arms up and kind of take some of that downtime in order to move my body. Even though I am moving it as I'm cooking, I'm not expanding it. So taking the downtime moments to breathe and move is really helpful in a nice practice to do and to incorporate when you're cooking your meals. I'm going to cut up some fresh tomatoes to also add to the top. I'm going to check on the seeds and just kind of shake them around, or you can stir them around, and you can salt them if you want. So sometimes that's one way in which to add salt to your dish, is you can salt something else that you're cooking. So maybe the amaranth or the grain that you're using isn't salted as much, but then you're adding, these roasted salted seeds on top to give some of that sodium to your meal. And, I know sodium gets a bad rap, and sure, too much of it is bad, but it's really about the quality of the salt that you're using. And so I would encourage you not to, not to skimp on the salt that you're using, to allow, to spend an extra $1 to get a higher quality salt, because it does make a difference in your body, and that I was telling, my wife the other day, I said, I was looking at these ice creams and, there was one that was cheaper, but when I turned around the ingredients, the ones that were $1 cheaper had a lot more ingredients. So I made a decision in the grocery store that I was going to go ahead and get this other ice cream that was $1 more, but had at least 8 less ingredients, because in the long run, I don't want my body to pay for that $1. So I made a decision to do that with the ice cream. So it's just something, a conscious decision to make sometimes that we want to make, and say, what, I need to spend the extra $1 here, and I'll get the cheaper thing with this instead, right? So you're worth it is basically what I'm saying. Your body deserves to have good things. And in a dream world, or in a world, if we went back to a certain world that we had before, that wouldn't be an issue. Everything that we were offering and that was being sold would be of good quality and be collectively good for each other, and it wouldn't be harmful. Unfortunately, we don't live in that world, so we have to be mindful and keep our eyes open to make sure that we are protecting ourselves, our body, and our energy. So I know that I'm stirring this only because I don't have a lid on it, so I want to stir it. And if I had it in a pot, a deeper pot, and I had lid on it, I wouldn't stir it. But the heat is evaporating more, and the liquid is evaporating more without the lid, so I need to stir it. I have some mint here that I am growing in my garden. I'm also going to chiffonade it, and chiffonade is a type of way you cut something to kind of like make it fine ribboned. So when I do that, you're kind of gathering the leaves and twisting them. And then you take a knife and you make ever so small cuts to it. Check on my sunflower seeds now again. They're doing just fine. Sometimes the perk of being the cook is you get to eat a little bit on the way, right? As you're tasting, sometimes it works to your disadvantage, because when it comes time to sit down and eat, you're already full because you've been tasting so much. So this is basil that I had also grown in my garden, and I wish they were greener, but again, the heat is really affecting the plants. And that's the one thing about growing your own food is it makes you super aware of temperature, of water, of critters, creepy crawlers, four-leggeds, all those things, right? You become super aware of all of that in your ecosystem. And so a month ago, this mint and basil were brighter green, and now with the heat, they're having to conserve their energy. And so they are not having as much chlorophyll in their leaves. So you can't blame them, because again, they're doing what they're genetically coded to do for their survival. So smart. I'm going to take a piece of the green onion, and I'm, nice and long. And so in order to kind of cut down on cutting it or make it more efficient or whatever, I'm going to fold it. And I'm going to do the same thing of creating like these little small cuts. So now I'm cutting 4 pieces of the stalk of the green onion instead of, cutting it one long piece of it. One of my favorite things about when I started cooking, because I wasn't always, always had to cook, even, as a small child, but I never got that into it until I was older. For a while there, I thought, I'm not going to be some woman stuck in the kitchen. And then in my mid-20s, I realized that there's a lot of power to be had in the kitchen. There's a lot of magic that happens in the kitchen. And so I took that energy back, and I started cooking our recipes. My family has a recipe book, and I started to make them plant-based. And that's when I really got into it, because I felt like a chemist. I didn't feel just like a cook. I felt like I was really creating these chemical reactions and understanding heat and liquid in a way that I wasn't really exposed to thinking about and doing. And so I really got into cooking, and then it turned into my family saying, hey, I've heard you've been doing these plant-based things. My doctor says I need to eat more greens, or I need to eat more plants. And so I kind of got pushed into being more public about it. And I'm happy. I really enjoy sharing the knowledge that I've gained along the way, and the experience. And really what I love most is just calling it out in other people, giving them confidence and power to grow their own food, think about food in a different way, enjoy it, understand the process. So yeah, that's how I got here. And now on this, many years later, on a Zoom conference with all of you. And now as I'm talking to you, I'm realizing I didn't put any peas into this recipe, but you know what? There's still time. I've had these peas thawing out a little bit, so I'm going to go ahead and add them here in a minute. I'm just going to check where my amaranth stew is. I need it to get a little bit softer, but it's almost there. I haven't added any salt to it, but the coconut is making it really flavorful with the sun-dried tomatoes, but I will add a little bit of sea salt to it. I'm just gonna measure it out in my hand and add just a little pinch. I'll add a pinch to the seeds as well. And then any products that I'm not going to use, or I always have a little compost bin bowl or container. So I'm gathering my compostable items. right? So it's also fun to teach the youth about composting because especially, with the little ones talking about worms and dirt and all that can, get a little gross, but also fascinating. So. Gonna add some peas. So when we're making our own food, we really have the power to create it in the flavor profile that we want, as well as the texture that we want. So this recipe, I have it as an amaranth stew. Some folks like our stews more thick, and other people like them a little bit more liquidy. And I don't know if that's an official term, but we're going to use it today. And so that's the power of cooking, is you get to make it in the texture in which you like it. So what I have here is a little thick, but I can always add a little more coconut milk or broth or even water to thin it out if that's the style I was going for. I have a comment saying, watching you cutting the green part of the onion reminds me that in traditional native cooking, there is no waste. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. We use all the parts of the plant and animal to maximize our resources. It's said that we've lost that, and that landfills are full of wasted food, polluting instead of nourishing. Yes, absolutely, right. That's another connection. When you grow your own food, all of a sudden you don't want to waste one bit of it, because you realize how many resources, whether it's your own or of the planet's, it takes to make a plant, to make a head of broccoli, and you don't want it to just go to waste, right? And so nowadays with the internet, right, we can teach ourselves of different ways to use all different parts of the plant. We can ask our ancestors, we can ask our friends, hey, what do you do with this part? Or, we can watch a YouTube video and we can learn about how to cook with or use different parts of the plants. And yes, that reconnects us to what our ancestors knew was to not create waste. And reconnecting to that thought is very powerful for us. It's very necessary. I'm going to turn off the stove so everything is good. This idea of allowable waste does not come from our ancestors. That is a colonized way of looking at life, and it does not come from ancestral indigenous native thinking at all, from any of the natives around the world, from wherever they are from. This idea of waste is modern, and we definitely encourage us all to shift away from that and use more. And my mother is always, I think I do really well, and she reminds me I could be doing better. So, when our ancestors encourage us, or our grandmothers or mothers encourage us, and they're a little strong about it, don't shy away from that. We ask for these teachings, and in return, we'll get them. And they don't always come wrapped in a pretty bow and come, so gently. So, sometimes the lessons are harsh and fast and strong. And if it's the lesson you ask for, then it's important that we come from a place of gratitude around that. And if we feel a little bit of uncomfortable sometimes about what we're being presented with, it's important for us to ground ourselves and think about where is that uncomfortable feeling coming from? And is it because we're pushing through something? Or is it because we're healing from some trauma and it was a trigger? Or, is it really because, hey, we're not, this isn't a lesson I need to learn, and it's not a timing for me. So anyways, let's see. I think we're running out of time here. So let's serve this amaranth up. I'm going to use a clear bowl so that you can see. What I love about this meal is that I know that I'm going to get an extreme amount of nutrients that my body needs in order to sustain me for the next few hours of the day until I get to eat another meal again. Okay, so I have my amaranth stew. And then again, like I said, this is nice and thick, but if you like it to be a little more soupy, you know, add more liquid to it. I'm gonna add some of the roasted sunflower seeds. I don't necessarily encourage you to grab sometimes from the pan, but because I've cooked for so many years, I have these tougher fingers. So be careful, of course, with the heat. I'm mixing the green onion and the mint together. I'm gonna add that on top. And I'm gonna add some fresh tomatoes as well. I'm gonna take a moment to give gratitude for this time we've had together, to the ancestors, to my body, for the 7 generations that came before me and for those that will come after me. I'm so grateful that the Mother Earth continues to provide and to teach us. And I hope that she feels so loved and seen by me and by others and what they might be. And then I'm gonna happily enjoy this in front of y'all. The fresh mint and basil just make it so bright and just like that. It's like when you put mint in your water in a way and you just feel a little refreshed. Another thing that could be that I would probably add is a little bit of lemon. So maybe a dash of lemon juice or a slice of lemon into there and add a little bit of acid to that, which is what my intention was, and I didn't put it out on my table. So sometimes that happens, yet. And like I said, with the peas, you can add the stuff as you go along the way or after. So I hope that today's course taught you a little and encourages you to cook more and to share and to think about food in a grounding way, an expansive way, and continue to share what you're learning with your students and with your loved ones. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef Rebel. It's really important information that we get from you. Remind us of our tradition and our culture and some wonderful opportunities that we can learn to go back to eating more healthy. I love the little story about the chili and the hot Cheetos at the beginning because it's so true. A lot of our children tend to go towards the fast, let me get it, and they like the spice behind it. And what can we do differently? Show them what they can grow that's just as spicy. I'd like to invite any other people who want to share a story. I know some of you have been putting different things in the chat versus saying it out loud, but if you have something you want to share, a comment, a question even, you have tips for us with how we can encourage children to cook in the kitchen. You talked about touching the pan and being careful with that. Even as adults, sometimes we burn ourselves, but some tips that we can use with our children and our youth to encourage them to cook, to encourage them to grow their own vegetables, to encourage them to be healthy eaters. Do you have any suggestions for working with our youth?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I didn't know you were asking me. Yes. I mean, I think the big suggestion I have is patience. I think when we're working with youth, right, that's a big thing. And oftentimes, cooking is often the responsibility nowadays of adults, and we give children less and less responsibility of cooking. And so, when we're used to doing something ourselves and already having this knowledge, it's easier for us to get a little frustrated quicker about, oh, well, you don't know how to do that, or that's too hot. Or so a lot of patience, because if you really want to encourage a child to enjoy cooking or think about food, their first experience or their experiences with it and how they feel about it and how much they're encouraged or discouraged is going to make a big difference. So it's important that we make it playful and fun and let them get dirty. I mean, just prepare yourself for that, to know that when you work with children, it will go slower. It will be a more messy. So you'll have to allow more time for cleanup, maybe a little more, it won't go exactly as it would if you were just doing it on your own, but that's okay. That's the point. So those grounding exercises for us as adults are really important, so that we can then go in and be as present as a child is, because oftentimes, if we have those emotions of frustration or wanting to speed things up, it's because we're not being as present, and we're thinking, oh, I've got something else to do, or, oh my God, clean up this mess. I was going to write my paper tonight, or, and we're not being present. So that's my biggest tip is prepare and let it know that you give it a little extra time, be ready for it to be a little extra messy, and invite the kids for the cleanup. Make sure they're being part of the cleanup. Make sure they're being part of the prep, the gathering of the things and the preparation and the cleanup, because understanding that full circle is really important, right? And it makes a big difference. So when they then go out to someone else's house or they go to a restaurant, they're more respectful because they understand the whole process and not just being used to sitting down and being served. Is that some of the tips, or you want me to?
No, that's good. I'm trying to read some of the stuff in the chat. Somebody asked about creating designs. Well, let me back up. In tying in with what you just said, the amount of mindfulness taking care of oneself is immense. Gosh. Passing this on to ourselves and students need to be so intentional. And you talked about the very beginning, and that was really good. I appreciated how you explained, grounding ourselves, thinking about how we use our hands. It's just been a continuation from what we heard from Dr. Foster and Hedda and Dr. Vanessa and even yourself now, just the importance of how we do things in a mindful manner, cooking with joy, cooking with love, and people feel it in your food. I know I feel that when I eat with my parents and something they've cooked, or I do that with my own grandsons now. So I appreciate you saying that. Let's see, someone else mentioned, do you know how to, if I can get it, what about creating pictures or designing your plate that is fun and tailored for kids? Are there edible crafts for kids that are Indigenous? It's a question someone's asking.
Yeah, I think those are great ideas. I think, we can, find lesson plans, with cutouts, and that's a great way to teach, even younger kids, maybe before they have more use of their hands, is maybe creating, oftentimes they have those, fake wooden or plastic fruits or things, and right, we're kind of creating bowls and kind of teaching them, that way before we give them a real knife, right? And we can give them a little plastic, toy one in a way, and start talking to them, right? About the process, about, well, hey, what it would take and what it's going to take, right? And even encouraging, letting know when you start to cook one day, you're going to want to know this, right? So you're prepping their mind and their body to know, hey, I'm going to be cooking one day, so sometimes it's hard when you're a little kid and you watch all the adults get to do all the things, yeah, I love that. I love the idea of the crafts, edible crafts, and the cutouts.
Yeah, Dr. Lepke also mentioned some schools have small gardens as part of their schoolyards, and students get to spend time growing food. I wish this was more possible for more schools. And I just remember growing up, I don't know how many years in a row in elementary school, we would grow a bean. Everybody would have a cup. And I mean, that could be one smart way, simple way to start growing a garden or encouraging growth. Any other suggestions for that?
Yes, if you have the ability, you can grow small things in your classrooms, from like even little cups of things. If you have access to a window, and even if you don't have windowsill light, you can use light bulbs and lamps in order to give some things to grow. So you can teach them how to grow a clove of garlic, right? Or give them a seed and watch it germinate in the and it's something that will have to take a little bit of space in the classroom and a little bit of time, but it at least gives them the option, and then they can take it home and share it with their family. And so that would be my suggestion. If the school doesn't allow you to use any of the land, to see if you have the space and time to use a little bit of your classroom for maybe a season or for a few weeks, to share some of that space in order to grow some plants with your class.
Right, great idea, thank you. Rachel is also saying letting them help in planning the dishes that they'll cook. That's an important tip, I think.
Yes, kids want autonomy too, right? They're collective, and they also, they have a lot of natural collective thinking, and they also want to, their own autonomy, and they want to be part of the decision-making circles, and so including them is really helpful, and instead of them just feeling like this is it, this is what you're eating, and, eat it or don't. I really discourage those kind of things of, I know I grew up with that way, you better finish this or else kind of mentality. And that really plays on the, like Vanessa was saying, a little bit on the psychology of food, right? I think we will obviously don't want to teach, waste, wasteful eating or being wasteful with our food, but we also don't want for our kids to stuff themselves just because we don't want food to be wasted, right? Because it's going to waste in their body if they're overfed, or, it's not good for their digestive system, right? And we're teaching them to be, to have this negative association with consuming food and needing to eat no matter what. So they get acceptance and they feel loved. And we don't want to encourage that. So, that's it's a whole other lesson to talk about how we, how our memories of food as a child, and then how do we not perpetuate some of the not so good things we learned.
Good ideas, good ideas. And we're going to continue some of these discussions surrounding native medicine, using traditional foods throughout the summer. So please, if you're on the session with us today, be mindful to sign up as a part of our listserv. Look at our website often so you can see what's coming up down the pipeline with the sessions that will be offered primarily on Tuesdays and Thursdays for the summer months. And then maybe we'll pepper in a few others throughout the summer. I want to thank Chef Rebel for sharing her knowledge and her expertise in this area. It's been great getting to see what you've been cooking. The last question in the chat was, will this recipe be shared?
Absolutely.
Yes. So again, everybody who's asking questions and commentary about any of the sessions from our experts throughout today, know that we're going to compile all the information, all the resources, their slide decks, anything that they've shared with you over the course of today will be compiled and sent out to you in an email. Because you are registered, we have your email access. But if you want to keep in touch with us about anything else coming down the next several weeks, several months ahead, sign up on our listserv. I did put the post-event survey link in the chat box still. I want to remind you all to please take time to fill that out. Let us know how well our experts are sharing their knowledge with you, because this lets our funders know the importance of the work that we do with our K-12 community and their families. I'm going to give everybody just about a 5-minute break as we get ready to transition to our last session for today with Victoria Marie and Mindful Movements. If you want to know more about Chef Rebel or any of our other presenters, please take time to look at your agenda that I posted in the chat earlier, and I'll post that one more time right when we come back from the break so that everybody can see who our presenters were and remind yourselves who to come listen out for in the summertime too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we start to regroup for our final session for this afternoon. I appreciate those of you who stayed on all day with us, taking time for yourselves, the idea of self-care and mindfulness so that we can be our best selves in mind, body, and spirit as we serve our Native American youth and their families. It's really important to remember that in order to be our best selves, we need to take care of ourselves as well. I know Dr. Foster mentioned that the idea of me, and thinking about myself only is sometimes considered selfish. But in the instance of serving our children, research, best practices, turn our attention to focus on how do we care for ourselves? How do we teach our children to care for themselves? And so with that, I want to invite Indigenous Lotus, Victoria Marie, to join us. And I've given her some permission to share her screen when she's ready to join us in a few moments, to hop on and continue the conversation of self-care in mindfulness, thinking about how do we treat ourselves so we can be our best? And how do we impart this to our children? And if you want, I noticed earlier when Victoria was doing our initial chair movement, some of you may have felt like me a little uncomfortable doing the movements in the chair and whatnot. So if you want to just turn your image on, turn your stop video, that's okay. As long as you're still on with us, doing the movements in the chair or on the floor, whatever she has us doing this afternoon. So with that, let me turn it over to Victoria Marie. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for welcoming me back. I do have some really great news that the majority of this is going to be a lot of learning how to bring mindful movement into our spaces for ourselves and for those we work with. So we'll save the movement piece for the end. And we're going to go over how to set this up. Let me go ahead and get situated. I've been using my iPad instead of my computer, so. My cat is next to me as well. Mateo, you might see him. He's pawing at my hand as I'm trying to press the buttons. Oh, good, Mateo. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna let me share. Allison, would you be able to pull it up, please? Appreciate you. All right. And if possible, in a presenter mode. Thank you. All right. Hi, everybody, and welcome. So this is our mindful movements, and bringing this into this space. So again, my name is Victoria Marie. I am the owner, founder of Indigenous Lotus. Wachi Himazawiya is my given name, which means ironful woman. I am a member of the Sisituwa Wapituwa Sistan Waptin Oyate, and I am Santee affiliated. And I am from Minnesota, Minnesota, of the Dakota homelands. So Minnesota Makoche. Born and raised here. A lot of my work stems in youth work. I currently, besides running and operating Indigenous Lotus, I also do contract work through Indian Ed, providing support and connection to Indigenous students at a charter school here in St. Paul. So my work with youth has been probably about 15 years now or so, give or take, very continuous. And it's something I'm very passionate about. So when I do have those opportunities, it's something that I continue to do. All my work has been with Indigenous people, all different ages, 5 and up. And I am the mother of a 2-year-old girl, a 2-year-old little girl, Cedar Waniatu Hamwi, and my son Jaden. He is going to be 18 in a couple months, and we are getting ready for prom tomorrow, which is really exciting. So I grew up in 2 different areas in the cities. Over in the North Hud sub-city, where, if you all know Prince, his neighborhood, that's where I grew up. First portion of my life, lived on the reservation for a short time, in Siston, and then to Little Earth of United Tribes in South Minneapolis here. So very heavily tied to the Indigenous community here, where I do a lot of my work. I know my bio was a little outdated on there. I was wondering when that was from. So I am a certified yoga instructor. I carry a 500 RYT. I'm also in the process of receiving another 300 certification as well through yoga. And then I carry other certifications and have my business degree and things like that too. And I dabble in Ayurveda with the hopes to become a practitioner within a decade would be nice. So let's go ahead and get started. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. So Indigenous Lotus mission is to support and motivate Indigenous people to live healthier lives by learning to self-heal through mind-body connection. So yes, I am a yoga instructor. Yoga is where I found, where I was able to find and connect with myself. We're going to talk a little bit about dissociation as a survivor, and how using movement as a way to connect back with our bodies. And so I use yoga, the physical aspect of it, or a few that some of you might know, the breath work, the meditation, and the postures. I use that as a way to work with other people who have gone through trauma and are really kind of struggling with some things here within. And we also use yoga in different ways and this takes it away from the traditional practice. I do really like to honor the traditional roots, but yoga does get utilized as a workout. And so I do carry those certifications as well, where they're more workout movement based. So a few different variations there when it comes to yoga. Health and wellness. We're going to talk a little bit about the health versus wellness. Some of us, quite a bit of us, should know it gets used interchangeably. And so understanding like that difference, and then also talking about what that is really to those that we work with. We do go over the balance, balance and the medicine wheel. Now, some of them vary. Again, I am Dakota, so I will be using the Dakota medicine wheel and how we are in the center of that. And then we'll go into our practice. This is where a lot of the tips and a lot of things that I will be sharing that I utilize within my own spaces this is a very, very as simplistic as I could get it, with it being very detailed too at the same time. So making sure we're kind of touching in on all those points. So some of the first parts of this is going to be the foundation. So setting that up, that's going to be where are we practicing? Where are we coming to? The environment, the space. Also bringing in music. Is that something we want to do? And then what kinds of music are appropriate? Land acknowledgement. I cannot stress this enough. It is very important to bring land acknowledgement into a lot of things that we're doing. A lot of things, when especially working with our youth, so that they know what people have been caring for this space, the land that we live in or live on. And then moving into some more of the actual practice pieces of this, the ones that are white can be moved around a bit. You can do just self check-ins, you can do just movement, you can do just breath work, you can do just meditation. So those can be used alone as well. And then we'll come to a closing. So always closing off our space, ending our time together. That's really important. And then we'll just go into that sample practice and how that looks. And then I have the resources at the end. So, and then I can answer any questions as well afterwards. And so, yep, moving to the next one. Thank you. So health versus wellness. So health is the goal, right? That's what we want. We want our optimal health. And so wellness is that process of attaining that optimal health that we're looking for, that we're seeking, that we're trying to get. And when we're talking about wellness, it's about balance. Thinking about what we're taking in, what foods are we bringing into our body. I got to catch a good portion of the cooking, and I really loved a lot of those points that Chef Rebel had touched on about how sacred our food is, what we're putting into it, praying over our food and things like that. And also, instead of normalizing and continuing to bring in really damaging food to our people. And some people are going to feel a certain way about this. I know I am the anti-fry breader. I just am. I grew up on it. My mom used to cook it all the time. It's the worst when you're in a kitchen and your hair smells like it, the walls, everything smells like fry bread. But understanding like why we use that, and when we all come together and we get together, we bring food. So what we do when we bring food is we tie emotion to it, right? And so when we're tying emotion to fry bread and then bringing it into gathering, we end up with this really toxic relationship with food that is overall really damaging to our bodies and to each other. That's the number one killer of Indigenous people is heart disease and diabetes. And so you think about the foods that it takes to the ingredients it takes to make things like that. And it's not just fry bread. There are other things, of course, and that some of our kids just only have access to. So thinking about things like that too, what we're putting into our body, what we're feeding it, and then not just food, but emotionally, what type of relationships are we having? Our intimate relationships are romantic and not romantic. So what type of relationships are we surrounding ourselves with, and who are we bringing in? Boundaries, setting boundaries, having that sense of connection to who we believe our creator to be. And then also sorting out our emotions, understanding that those are, all emotions are normal and they're all welcome and they're all sacred, each and every one of those. So let's go ahead and move to the next one. So wellness equals balance. So balance between all parts of self. This is that sense of connection that I was just talking about with spirit, all living things, with creator. This can be brought into our movement practices as well. When we put our feet on the ground, we can extend our roots down deep past the floor into the earth. We can visualize that. I know Dr. Foster had talked about putting bare feet on the ground. And that right there is very healing. We're such heavily positively charged people. The earth provides another type of charge within our body. It helps with that balance too. So that connection there. And then being outside, breathing in that air, and also depending on what time of day it is. So is it early? There's a lot of healing in the air between the hours of 3 and 5 o'clock in the morning. Stepping outside, taking a breath, deep breath, breathing that in. That's another part of that connection with all around us. Taking time to smell flowers and to appreciate one another when we're with them. Now we have the north, which is the white, represents the elder phase, winter, nighttime. Moving into the east, the sun rises, yellow, it's the stage of adolescence, the summer and the morning time. And down into the red is the south. And so that's their childhood, springtime, and it's Gemini season. It's my birthday month. This is one of my favorite seasons. And this is around noon, it's midday. And then we have the west, black, adulthood, fall, evening. And some of these vary depending on where you're from too. So taking that into consideration when we're bringing that into the space. So when we visualize balance, we visualize us right in the center of that. And then I mark things in red here as just a really good point for anybody, is to improve that internal compass to help us with our sense of direction. Label in your classrooms and your spaces, which way is east, which way is west, what is north and south. It's a lot of times, and I have been in wellness settings and conferences where we're doing somebody will be doing a prayer and they're like, where's the east at? I'm pretty sure it's over here. Oh, but it might be over here. And so like having a good sense of direction in a space that you are usually in is really great. And then it's good for the student or whomever you're working with too, to be like, oh, hey, the classroom in school is centered this way. And I remember looking that this way is north, especially if we're not able to see the sun rising and falling. So if we're not able to track the sun and how it's moving, it's a little bit difficult to kind of tell where we are. All right, let's go ahead to the next one. Now, practicing in the classroom. This is laying that foundation. And so go ahead. So environment and space. I put a lot of key points in here. I wanted to get as much beneficial information as possible. These could definitely be much longer. But now when we think about our environment and space, let's think about like if we are teaching in that classroom setting. So your space, your room, your classroom, wherever you may be, think about what your role is. What are you there for? Are you a program coordinator? Are you a teacher, facilitator, just leading a group? Think about your role and the relationship that you have with students. So are you typically the math teacher and you have to be, and you're not as fun, like you didn't find all the great fun ways to teach math. And some of the kids have maybe some frustration when they come into your class. So think about those things. And then and how maybe you can look at what the students' needs are and adjust your mood and that to their needs. So being mindful of our choice of words and phrases. I love that Dr. Foster touched on this because this is so important in a facilitator space or anybody who is leading anything. That we and let's. We are tribal community people, and it's very important that we use those words when we're giving instruction. Instead of saying, I want you to, or I think, I want, we, let's, doing this together. And so changing some of those words, avoid using don't do that, or you have to, you need to, you should, or else. Getting into spaces when you're working with students can be really frustrating, can be really draining. And so thinking about how we're using those words and affecting those students as well. And we can change these to, how can I support you? How can we support you? How can I be here for you? And also give yourself permission. Hey, are you having a hard time right now? Let's go ahead and give yourself permission to maybe sit this one out. And that's okay. That's okay. You can come back when you need to. Could I suggest these options? Hey, I see you might need a little bit support. Here are some options for you. A lot of times when you provide students with options, they're more likely to choose one of those options than be frustrated elsewhere. So thinking about those things too. And also, instead of saying thank you, I appreciate you. I honor you. I am grateful for you doing this. It really changes that up. I know I walked into a gas station one time and I held the door open for a woman. I was down in this, I was down somewhere, I can't remember where. I was out of state, maybe Oklahoma, but I just held the door open and she was like, oh, thank you so much. And I was like, oh yeah, I appreciate you, no problem. Thank you. Hey, she like looked at me like she had never heard anybody say she was appreciated by them. And it's just a simple gesture that does have a lot of meaning to it. And so, when we're talking with our kids, they want to feel valued as well. So that is for you as the facilitator, leader, teacher, to think about in your space and how you conduct yourself with students. And then moving into the actual space or the room. So a lot gets taken into consideration is when we're coming into rooms that obviously if we're here for mindful movement, how do we get into that space? I like to gather in a circle, that connectedness. This ties into down at the bottom there in red, it says students placement in a room. You might notice this with yourself too. Where do you place yourself in the room? Yeah, or where does the student place themselves? Are they sitting off in the back away from the door? We think about those survival tactics, things that students might have to deal with constantly living in a heightened state of fight, flee, freeze, and fawn, and always be ready to run if they need to. So sitting in a circle feels a lot safer. You feel side by side doing something better versus that superiority feeling where somebody is in front of or doing better or doing worse than. So practicing together, coming into a circle, just like our medicine wheel. And when we're looking at a space, so say you're going to go utilize a different space besides your classroom. What does that energy feel like in the room? What is that room used for? Is it a therapy session? Does it feel good to be in there? Is this a gym? Is the energy in here really high? What is the purpose of this room? What energy sits in here? And then thinking too, okay, does this energy need to be cleared? And then clearing that space. Is it something you can do that you should do before anybody else joined you? Or you can do it with them. So taking that into consideration. You can do this by smudging. You can also say a prayer, say really kind words, things like that. It really helps brighten it up. Because if you go into the office and your supervisor's had a hard day, you don't even have to look at this person and you could just already feel it. You can feel that energy in there. That energy sticks in spaces. Another thing about the lighting. So the dimmer the light, the better. a lot of the white light that's being put into our lamps, our ceilings, and business places in our schools system, those white lights are very damaging to our eyes, and long term can cause legal blindness, can cause a lot of just damage overall. It's the temperature in the color of the lighting is what the effect is. And so the bright light should be more natural. And if you can invite that in, that's perfect. A really nice soft white or more of that yellow tinted light. Anything closest to orange, especially for kids who have a form of autism even, and not just autism, there are a few other things too, but that light can really affect people in different ways. And so closer to an orange light, that's something that I've seen get used in therapy. A friend of mine uses orange lighting and orange goggles too with her son who has autism. And so thinking about that lighting in the space, because it's going to set the tone. Also the smell. What does this room smell like? Here you can smudge, you can do cedar, sage, sweetgrass. You can bring in non-toxic organic essential oils. Any oil, it kind of depends. You just have to do a little bit of research, make sure there aren't any allergies to them or normal allergies. And then plants, if you have a space that you're always in, bringing a plant in, bringing a couple. You have rosemary. Rosemary is amazing for concentration. I love just smelling rosemary. And I also boil it and put it in my hair. Basil is really amazing too, and it's really energetic. So just letting people smell those, even for yourself, having those there. You can go to the next one. So after we've got our space situated, right? Cleared it, we evaluated the space, we figured out what we're going to do. Now let's talk about the music. What are we doing? Is this, are our kids really chaotic right now? Is it after lunchtime? Do we have a little bit more energy we want to get out? What kind of music is going to be helpful? Do we want to calm down more? So this influences the mood, the energy. Music is processed by the amygdala. This is what boosts the production of dopamine, that feel-good hormone that we all are kind of familiar with in these spaces, having those conversations. Amazing music to play here for these would be natural sounds, which is more from the environment, water. I love water, listening to the rain when I'm on long road trips. That's one of my go-tos, is listening to a storm. Sometimes gives me crazy dreams too while I'm napping, but birds, listening to outside animals, and bringing in instrumentals, drumming. You bring powwow music in here, traditional flute playing. Also positive affirmations in lyrics. And this example is, I want to say the name is Landrell. This is in the playlist that is listed right here. And in this song, it says, take your time, free your mind. Deep inside, you will find peace of mind. And it's beautiful. Like I actually just listen to it once in a while, just in the car. And so listening to music that have just beautiful words playing, really great affirmations throughout. You can also listen to tribal upbeat music. I am an EDM person. I love dancing. I'm a high energy person. So that's more down my line. And the Indigenous artists in the playlist I'm sharing, there are non-Indigenous artists or non-Indigenous artists as well. But I just wanted to kind of lay down this foundation for you to start kind of doing a little bit more adding of your own music that you want to bring into this space. So we have Indigenous artists like Indian Natives, Spur Poirier, I probably didn't say that right, Fawnwood, love Fawnwood, DJ Shub, Hallucination, formerly A Tribe Called Red, Superman. I cannot pronounce her name, she is Canadian. Tia Wood, the DKD dancers. Some of you, I believe they come from up north continent, and so a bit colder up there. So you might be more familiar with some of their songs and their traditional songs and words. A few others, Kyrie's Mountain Horse, Flying Down Under, absolutely love them too. Juanita Bird, Robbie Robertson. Those are all in there on that playlist. And so you can pull from theirs. It's a public one too. Okay, next. All right, land and spiritual lineage acknowledgement. So important, like I was expressing earlier. Acknowledgement supports connection. I have worked with quite a bit of youth who, when I asked what their tribal affiliation was, I don't know, I'm Ojibwe. Well, where are you from, Ojibwe? I don't know, somewhere up north. I don't know, my mom didn't tell me. I don't know. I go up there sometimes. So there's like that loss of connection, that loss of identity there in a sense. And so one of the things that I use in almost all of my classes is this exact sentence right here. We honor and acknowledge the sacred land of the Dakota people. So we can start off just saying something as very short as that sentence. And then moving on, then beginning into your practice or whatever you're doing. And then also the spiritual lineage practice. We're bringing yoga in. Yoga is actually, has influenced a lot of movement practices. Zumba, Zumba, bar, Pilates, a lot of workouts that you see, stretching exercises you see, those are all influenced by yoga. And so this dates over 5,000 years ago, mentioned in the Rig Veda, along with Ayurveda that I had talked about before. They kind of go hand in hand. And Patanjali, between 400 BC and 200 BC, wrote about the 12 limbs of yoga, the Eightfold Path to reach enlightenment. And so I'm going to kind of break down what this means then for some people who think yoga is just this physical workout. So these are in order. And typically and traditionally, these are practiced in this specific order. So your yamas, your restraints, and your niyamas, your observances. These two here are how you conduct yourself ethically, how you are to yourself, to others, to your environment, and your spiritual beliefs, your spiritual practices. Do you go to ceremony? Do you attend church? Whatever that looks like to you. And then moving in, after you have those two, then moving into asanas or asan postures. That's what you see a lot in the West is doing, is the postures, typically Ashtanga or Vinyasa with the flow. And so there, then you can start practicing asana posture. What follows posture is pranayama and pranayama, breath control. And we're going to get into the breath control piece in here as well. Pratyahara, withdrawal of senses. This one and dharana, concentration. We're going to get into this when it comes to observing and checking in shortly. And so this is just being that observer, checking in with yourself, and doing so without judgment or without evaluation. And then we have dhyana, meditation. And then that full sense of connection, when you feel fully connected to yourself, that is samadhi. That is pure contemplation. If you've gone to ceremony or sweat and you're in the lodge or you're at the grounds and you feel that full oneness, or maybe you have that vision, right? Whatever that might be for you, that right there, that is pure connection. That is samadhi. And to tie these in, tying them in when we're acknowledging these practices, we honor and acknowledge the sacred land of the Dakota people, and we honor and acknowledge the origins and sacred practice of yoga. It can be as short as that. That's also just letting people know, hey, this is what we're doing and this is where it comes from, and we honor that. You can go to and to look and see where you are. This is in the resources at the end. You'll all receive this. A lot of you might know about this already, but you can see what land you are on at this website right here. Now our self-check-in, our observing, our observations. So checking in with self. That is with you. You as a facilitator, you as a teacher, you leading the group, the program. Before you're doing anything, have that conversation with yourself. Okay, where am I at today? Where am I at right now? How am I feeling? So thinking about that, prepping yourself when you're getting ready to work with other people. And some things too, these are great reflection questions. These are also great preventative measures to take when you're having these conversations with yourself. So how do we know each child's strengths and where more energy could be best spent? How do we know if casual misuse of a material is due to boredom or too high of expectations? And again, this is going back into your well-being, your overall well-being, right? Taking preventative measures, and also just knowing that things are okay. I know Chef Rebel had talked about letting the kids get dirty, right? You enjoy it too. Things aren't always going to go as planned or as sequenced or following any type of curriculum. Sometimes you just have to work with the energy you have in the space with those students and those people that you have. So thinking about those things and not being too harsh, not being disciplinary. And I think that's something in the school, our education system is a lot of disciplinary action, and it's not always 9 out of 10. It's something you're not going to learn from. If anything, you retaliate against it. I know that was my experience in the school system. I was eventually just expelled from high school in 10th grade and was like, well, it's nothing we can do for her. And that was kind of it. And so I had to take on that journey of working those things out on my own and by myself. So thinking about that. Now, when we start getting into the practice and working with students, now we want to instruct the self and our students to check in without judgment. Judgment can kind of sound harsh. We've already talked about words to use and changing those up. So evaluation is another good option. Becoming that observer, that witness. And so a few key points I wanted to put out there is that inner critic, that inner voice that we have that's always talking to us when we're doing something or when we're not doing something. It's usually that of others and not the actual self, right? It's a lot of times I can't do anything right. Where did that come from? When students are like, I'm never going to get this. I'm so stupid, or like, where does that come from? Who has said that to you before? And it's not putting blame. It's just knowing that these things were picked up elsewhere, either towards us or around us. And we brought that into our inner voice. So switching that up and knowing it's okay to make mistakes and allow for the student to be themselves in their own way. What I always talk about when we come into silence, when we come into a silent space is, hey, if we're doing a self-observation and all of a sudden you start laughing, that's okay. It's okay to laugh. It's okay not to sit still. Our mind is busy. The world that we live in right now is not about putting our feet out in bare ground and resting and taking care of the body. in a good way. Everything is fast paced. Get this done, get that done. You got to get here. You got to do this. You only have this much time. So allow for things to just be sometimes. We can't control others. And then another thing, another really huge key point that I talk with everybody about is honor your emotions. Honor being angry. It's okay. That's normal. It's just as normal as joy and guilt and happiness and love. It is just as valuable. Now, the only thing is choosing not to live there. Yeah, spend some time being frustrated. It's okay. Maybe you can put on a song and get you out of there, right? Get you out of that mood. I know sometimes if you're leaving work and you're like, oh my God, I'm finally out of there. Let me play something. I would switch to a tribal upbeat song or something I could sing to really loud in the car if I'm by myself. So not living in those emotions, but allowing them to come and then allowing them to leave. And then the steps to check in when we're practicing with our students or with one another, with ourselves, close our eyes or lower them. Now, when I say to lower them, we got to go back to thinking about that survivor mode. It's not comfortable all the time to close our eyes. And so just lowering them down so that we still have the sense of what's around us. Closing the eyes, lowering them, breathing through the nose. And then the instruction would be to check into the quality of our breath. Are we breathing really fast? Are we breathing really shallow? Where are we breathing at? And then what's the quality of our thoughts? Are we living in the past? Are we being a time traveler? Are we living too far in the future? What is going on in here? What's going on in our mind? The chitta, the mind chatter, right? Monkey mind. The next would be to conduct a body scan from head to toe. So checking in with the tension in our face. How are our jaw, our shoulders, our arms? Maybe we want to sit up a little taller, take that pressure off of our back, our spine. Down into the hips. How are we sitting? There's a lot of stuff here in the hips too. So I usually say waist and work myself down when I'm working with certain youth or with a population I know that that's not a comfortable conversation. I've done some SEI or SEY work, and so always being mindful of that. Down to the knees, the feet. How are we feeling? So that would be a good practice there. And the next one. Movement. I know I'm trying to look into this as fast as I can. All right. So mind-body connection and understanding dissociation as survivors. This is in our DNA. This is in our blood memory. Many of us have this. We are all survivors. Even if you're not Indigenous, we all come from really traumatic backgrounds of war and death and being placed elsewhere from our homes. And so when we're talking about dissociation with survivors, that separation from the body, and you might hear that, well, I just felt like I was out of my body. Maybe we've experienced that ourselves if we've been victims of abuse or other surviving scenarios that we might have been in. And then that mind-body work, the movement, that's where that comes in. That's where we start to move things around. And then always using that, give yourself permission. Some of us have never moved, like the shoulders back. Some of us don't go from side to side with our head. But like I said before, a lot of workouts and movements come from yoga. The movements allow for energy to flow. So we typically will start in the upper region and work our way down. That's usually how I like to work through movement. And so this allows for joint mobility, blood circulation, and it also long-term, this is, if you don't know what fascia is, look it up. Look, it's important as we age. So fascia, if you're not familiar, it's like a web-like tissue surrounding everything underneath the skin. Now, it moves like this. When I move fascia right now, this is moving very, very smooth, okay? As we get older and we're just sitting, we're not moving, this goes to this. It hardens up, accidents happen, and it just gets harder and thicker. So thinking about that too in the long run, fascia, moving that around. Also, trauma is stored there. Issues live in our tissues. That movement allows for that stuff to work itself out. Sometimes in movement, and that's why saying give yourself permission. It's okay if you feel like you need to get up and leave during movement if something come up. Maybe shame, guilt, sadness. Maybe all of a sudden you feel the urge to be sick or cry, purge. Sometimes that happens with people who don't move so much or move something in an area and it released that sensation. Everything we go through, cortisol, all that stores in our body, in our tissues, and our muscles. One example I want to give really quick is the possum and the wolf. And so that is, and I might have shared this with a few of you. I know I've done some presentations here before, but the possum can go about its possum daily life out in the woods, harvesting, doing its own little thing, walking about, and senses a wolf. What does a possum do? A possum plays dead, gives off the scent of being dead. Wolf wants to hunt, enjoys that, enjoys the kill. The wolf will come around, smell it, head out. The possum then realizes, okay, wolf's gone, shakes it off. And then that possum goes and lives its possum life. Possum does not go to therapy. Possum doesn't tell its friends, it's stressed out because wolf came by and it just broke down. The possum continues being a possum. It's that release, that physical release. So ways to physically move and seated, we did that for our break. You can do that in chair or the floor. These are more isolated movements. And you can focus on certain areas at a time. Take your time. You can do upper body. You can do midline, which is your torso, circling, flexing the back and front and back. You can do standing, stretching, lengthening. Also, that's the Qigong shaking. If any of you are interested in that, that's some of the little bit of shaking we did during our practice earlier. So shake everything off. Qigong shaking is really great to do for about 30 minutes or so, 20 to 30 minutes or so. You want to anchor the tailbone down, legs are a bit wider, and you allow your body to shake. It actually feels like a workout at first, but it really feels amazing. So it's a lot of fun to bring into this space. Flow, this is a linking the poses together. This can be done in vinyasa, where we're from standing to forward fold, working our way down, and then coming back up in a flow state. Hatha yoga is more a pose by pose, but it's still a little bit more of a flow. You can move from one to another. And a great activity to do with the kids is going to be card decks. Those are kind of listed in there. You can Google them. Where's the camera? These are some things that I used. I got this from the Wonder Museum in Chicago. You can just have kids pull them. You can read them. Any sequencing decks, if you do yoga, you can pull decks out, cards out like this and say, okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and do the first 5 poses that I pull out. We're going to do those. So those are really fun too. We can go to the next one. Breath work. Breath work plays that key role in our sympathetic and our parasympathetic, our fight, flight, freeze, fawn, and retraining the breath to breathe in the belly and out the chest. Few safe breathing practices. Now I want to say these are majority overall safe for students. Now, there are going to be a couple restrictions for adults, and I'll go over those. The 4 to 6 breath, that ratio can be done 4 to 8, 5 to 7, 5 to 8, as long as the exhale is longer than the inhale. And that's because it is per Ayurveda, and if you're familiar with breath work, that people who have and struggle with anxiety and panic, there's too much air. There's too much air in the body. So you'll see that a lot of times when people are getting too panicky, I was trying to think of the word my grandma used to use, but when that happens, that's when we breathe, inhale, and then exhale longer. And the bumblebee breath. This is one, if you're in menstruation or if you're pregnant, humming is more beneficial. This helps especially with the throat and the vocal cords and strengthening our vocal cords. A lot of us aren't speaking as much because we're sitting behind screens. So humming and bumblebee breath. Bumblebee breath, actually, we would plug our ears. We can place our fingers over the face and we would hum like a bee and it would come from the throat. Dragon fire breath is really safe. This is a lot safer than breath of fire, which is stomach pumping. That is something that it takes a lot of work to do. And the stomach pumping is the abdomen being pulled back and released. And so it's a constant pumping of the stomach. It took me months to learn. So with the dragon fire breath in the students, what you can do is interlace those fingers, put it underneath the chin. And when we inhale, our elbows come up, tilt up, open mouth. And as we exhale, lower down. This is more energetic. This builds heat. This actually warms the body. It's really good to do in the wintertime too. It really gets you going. And I just put the picture of the parasympathetic or the nervous system in here because we all know it as the wandering nerve. And when our nervous system is all over the place, it affects all of these organs. So we can go to the next slide. Meditation. So meditation can be achieved through any type of mindful practice or focusing on something. So sometimes when we're cooking, that can be something mindful that we're doing, coming into a meditative state when we're cooking, things like that. And it really calms us. If you're a beater, if you quill, if you work with your hands, and this is something when this state comes in. So it helps with self-regulation. Finding comfort in silence and stillness. This is really hard, especially for children who come from really chaotic homes, who've been a part of child protection services, foster care, shelters. And I've worked in those settings for half a decade as a direct care worker. And I could say that this is one of the most hardest things for somebody to do who has a lot of instability in their lives. It's really heartbreaking as a mother and as just a supporter, a guider for youth to witness this. It's really hard. I sleep with a fan. I have actually really trained my senses to pick up vibration when the fan is on really high and I'm going to sleep. I can feel the vibration from all around me and start to figure out what sounds are what and where they're coming from. So my body is already prepared even when I'm trying to rest, not being able to sleep in pure silence. That positive self-talk, we can use meditation to change that inner critic voice, right? Those inner critic words, and switching those up. Beneficial before sleep, something I used to do with my son, because he basically grew up with me. Like I say, he's going to be 18. I am 34, and he and I we grew up together, and my son is a very, very mature, amazing young man. And one of the things I used to do for him when he would struggle to sleep was we would do a guided meditation before he went to bed, and I would sit beside his bed while he laid there and, okay, let's close your eyes. Where do you see yourself right now? Take yourself somewhere beautiful you want to be. What does that look like? And so we start painting this picture. And then when he's going to sleep, he has more of this feel good feeling when he's going to bed, feeling more rested and calm. Improves our storytelling abilities. As you all know, Indigenous people are, we carry our, all of our traditions orally. That is how we learn from one another. And this will, when we do meditation, one of the things that we can do is that storytelling or the guided script. This will help improve those storytelling abilities, being able to sequence and organize thought. The more we hear it, the more we can practice it. One thing I like to point out is I enjoy doing meditations where we can visualize our ancestors, and this is open to anybody and everybody. I always invite non-Indigenous people, Indigenous people here, to try to explore more of where they're from. Where did they come from? Where are their people from? What land are their people responsible to care for? And so bringing that into the space too helps provide support. Guided script, storytelling, instrumental music, again, tapping into that playlist. And silence, a little bit more harder to obtain, but can be done. And then activities you can do with the students, writing their own short stories. And that could be, where are you? What does this look like when you close your eyes? And things like that. Writing out what you're grateful for. I know Dr. Foster talked about journaling. That's a really great tool, writing out what you're grateful for, who you're grateful for. And draw, even in lectures. So if students are having a hard time paying attention, I can draw and I could hear everything that you're saying. It's just my idle hands cannot stay idle. They need to stay busy. So helps increase my concentration. And then we'll move into the closing circle or the closing gathering of that said space. And so you move to the next slide. So when we come together, we always want to close this out. And what we do at this end when we're closing circles, bring up those main points. Why did we get together? What was that purpose? Did we come together just to practice and talk about gratitude, or what was that? And in this time, we did this during our few minutes of movement that we did earlier, when at the end, I put my hand down on my heart and I close that space off, saying my thanks to myself and to each of you for being here. And so we can place our hand on our heart, typically the right over to the left. And you can say something as similar to this as, we close our circle with honoring and acknowledging the land and the sacred practice of yoga, expressing gratitude for showing up for one another and ourselves. And we'll continue the day expressing gratitude for all living things and ourselves. So let's go into our actual practice. Now, we are going to stay seated. You can stand and stretch if you'd like. I am sitting very comfortably, and I'm going to remain to do so, if you all don't mind. So bringing this visual back in, there is our medicine wheel. There is us in the center. So take a look around first. Look around where you are. Beneath you, above you, the windows, the door. And here, instead of music, we're going to invite silence in. Sitting comfortably. As we sit comfortable, we're going to take our hands and rest them in our lap. Lowering the eyes or closing them. We want to bring acknowledgement in before our practice. So we honor and acknowledge the sacred land of the people, the original people of the land that we are on. And we honor and acknowledge the origins and sacred practice of yoga. Give yourself permission to close your eyes if you feel comfortable doing so. Here, you'll find your normal breath. Sitting up tall. Taking the head over to the right. Down and over to the left. Down towards the chest. Inhale, chin lifts up. Back to center. Here we become that observer and notice how the body is sitting with the eyes closed or lowered. Notice where you're sitting at in the room. And then coming back to the body. As your breath becomes more normal and calm, think about the quality of your thoughts. Allow them to come and go. Doing a bit of a scan from head to toe, starting at the face, releasing and letting go of any tension that you have in the face and in the jaw. Shoulders become more relaxed. Elbows, our hands. Letting go of any additional weight we're carrying that we do not need. Feeling it fall away from the body. As we make our way down, we can feel the earth beneath us. Feeling the earth beneath our feet. And extending our roots down. Visualizing ourselves with one another in a visual space. Slowly opening the eyes by looking down first and then forward. We're going to take those shoulders, bring them back. And then bring more movement into the arms. Feel that movement from the shoulders, the elbows, the wrists to those fingertips. Taking those hands out, draw those hands straight alongside, straight out to the side. Fingertips up. Inhale, arms sweep up. Look up towards the sky. Palms come together. Exhale, draw that into the heart. Interlace the fingers. Circle out the wrists. Taking the hands to the knees and circle midline. These can be big circles, they can be really small circles. You can draw the belly button in, engaging more of the core if you'd like. You might notice you feel like you're going to burp if you feel things are processing in the digestive system. This is really great for moving things around and getting things going. Now we'll arch the spine, chin tucks in towards the chest. Inhale, heart presses forward, chin lifts up, coming back to center. Now the breath practice, the pranayama that we will be practicing is going to be the ratio breath. The inhaling, so inhaling and exhaling longer than that inhale. So let's go ahead, inhale, exhale. Now we'll inhale to the count of 5. Exhale to the count of 7. And 2 more times on your own. Inhale. Now let's come into our meditation, placing the hands above the knees, palms face up, being open to receiving and open to sending out, palms open. Also knowing if today you feel like that is something that you're able to do. If not, you can place your palms down. Otherwise, I invite you to place them up. As we find our natural breath once again, would you bring to mind you in a space? Bring yourself into a space that feels joyful to you, that feels playful. To be outside, be playing at the park, on the beach. And as you see yourself running, playing, tapping into that inner child and even that inner teen, seeing yourself happy, laughing, smiling. Maybe you might notice others who feel the same are there, others who support you, friends, loved ones, even those who are no longer with us. We have that power to bring them into this space. And as we see ourselves in this way, in this light, in this emotion, we'll place a soft smile on our face. And as we part with this visual, let's begin to slowly open our eyes, looking down if they're not already open, and begin to close out our circle, keeping the eyes closed. Let's reach those fingertips down towards the earth, drawing in that energy from Mother Earth through our fingertips. We're going to inhale, sweep that energy up towards the sky. Palms are going to come together. And as our head lifts up, with the rise of our hands, we want to salute the sun in Father Sky and welcome the moon as it rises. Exhale, draw that into the heart. Hands can be placed on the heart or bowing forward, thumbs to center brow. We honor and acknowledge the land that we are on, the practice that we are using to come to this beautiful space of gratitude with one another. I want to say Padamya Miigwech, and thank you for showing up for yourself and showing up for others. Thank you, everybody. And the last piece of that, I know the slide isn't up currently, but are our resources. So I do have a few resources with me. Actually, all those resources, I have those books. Some of them are borrowed out. And so Sovereign Self, this is an amazing book. This doesn't have to be read in order. A favorite, this is my second copy, and I know they sold out not that long ago. I've read this twice and I love it. Heavily cited. I know a lot of you may be really familiar with this book, working in the spaces you do right now. If not, it is Decolonizing Trauma Work. Beautiful stories and strategies to work with Indigenous people. Cradleboard story in there actually brought me to tears as I'm healing my mother wound. Embracing yoga's roots. This isn't listed on there, but this is an amazing resource as well. I am taking my next 300 hour with Susanna Barkataki. Your body speaks your mind. This is another good one. Michael Yellowbird, we had the honor of interviewing him for our podcast. One of his books is for Indigenous Minds Only, the Decolonization Handbook. He talks about mindfulness, meditation, things like that as well. And those tools, card decks, bring that into the space. Sites, Wellbriety Movement. Again, that Spotify playlist. Bring that in, bring that music into your space. So are there any questions? I know it's the end of the day. The first book I held up was Sovereign Self, and this is by Acharya Shunya.
I know I feel very relaxed. It's been a good way to end our afternoon and actually our day. Thank you, Victoria Marie, and the work that you do we know is important. I know you're engaged with the National Congress of the American Indian, promoting health and wellness with our youth on a national level. So I want to acknowledge that and say thank you for that continued work. Meeting the needs of our youth is really important. And all of our experts today shared an insight into what they do specifically in their own communities, but I know that they spread that knowledge across the country by sharing with you, by visiting communities across the country. And so if you want to learn more about any of our presenters, if you want to learn more about their expertise, have questions for them, please know that everything that was shared throughout the day is going to be shared with you in a slide deck sometime within the next 10 days or so, including the recordings of all the presentations. It's really good that we have people from all over the country sharing their knowledge today. It's been a really good experience, I think, for myself, and I hope for everybody else who's joined us, because it's important to know what we do and how we do it with our youth impacts them. 7 generations behind us and 7 generations ahead of us. Know that the work that you are doing is very important. And there are so many benefits to some of the things that I shared with you earlier, how it engages us and alleviates stress and anxiety and all the negative things that happen in our bodies. With our children, we know it also improves misbehavior. It improves their attention. It improves how we feel burnt out as adults sometimes in our work. It improves our sleep. And with our Native people, we know that many times over, we have health issues with diabetes and hypertension and all kinds of other things because of our diets and because of how we choose to live our lives. So I don't know if you heard this in the title, but Culture as Prevention, cultivating health and wellness in our K through 12 lives daily is important. Somebody asked me, how often should I practice all these mindful exercises that you've been sharing or that the experts have been sharing throughout the day? You practice them daily. You know, Dr. Foster said, before you even get out of bed, to think about how you're going to set the tone, think about good things in your life, think about important ways that you want to accomplish goodness in your life on a daily basis is really important. And then how you continue on through your day is key. Sometimes we all need a timeout to gather our thoughts, think about what we're doing, and maybe just take a few minutes of a break. I try to provide a few breaks for you throughout today, and I hope hopefully you were able to at least enjoy and decompress from the busyness that we all do on a daily basis by just taking it in, soaking it in, the knowledge that our experts shared with you. If you have more questions or comments or have a story to share, we have a few minutes left in our day that we can allow you to do that. And it can be regarding any of our presenters. I think everybody is still on except Dr. Foster, because she's got a new little one. She's trying to figure out a routine with her new grandson that she's raising. But we still have Hera, Vanessa, Rebel, and Victoria Marie on the line with us. So if you have questions for any of our experts, this is a time you may do so. If you just want to post it in the chat, you're welcome to do that as well. Again, know that we have staff who can help you find resources, provide technical assistance, and other sessions of no charge to your communities in the K through 12 setting. Our co-director is Teresa Brewington, as well as myself, Dr. Allison Bays. And if you want to know about some of the services that we offer, I have a little program guide. If you click on that, it's a hyperlink that takes you to some of the important work that we've been doing in the K through 12 setting. And in the chat, I've placed the GIPRA survey link, because when you give us feedback and let us know how well our experts have shared their knowledge, when we write our reports to our funders, it lets them see the great work that we're doing across Indian country with our elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, and how we're helping them develop into mentally healthy and productive lives for the sake of their minds, their bodies, and their spirits. See a lot of thank yous from everybody in the chat. So thank you all for joining us. Nalitsam, Chimigwich, Ahihet. Gracias. A lot of thanks. We're ending a few minutes early, so I want to honor, recognize your schedules and give you back about 27 minutes of your own time to spend with your families. Just go relax, Stay cool if you're in South Texas. Enjoy some family time. Or just do nothing.
Thank you, Dr. Allison. Thank you, everyone. Wishing you a wonderful weekend. Look forward to connecting soon.
Thank you all. Enjoy your weekend, enjoy your time. And again, thank you to all our experts for today. We'll go ahead and sign off now. On behalf of the Native Center for Behavioral Health at the University of Iowa, thank you all. Bye-bye.